Hello, Kyle Marshaku here, a Hihirku illustrator entity that pretends to be your equal. Hello. I've made a bunch of stuff on YouTube. I'm also streaming on Twitch. So, hope you guys are doing well. It's been a bit of a big weekend for me. I just yesterday finally finished the long going D&D campaign that I've been DMing for my friends. It was the Mario one, and it had a bit of a bit of a spectacular ending, I'll say, which was fun. I'll probably talk about that more next week. I'll have to get something else to talk about next week because for the past few weeks streaming, I've been covering the top video essays. I stream every Sunday at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time US, by the way. So, check me out if you want to do that. If you're watching YouTube, you're watching YouTube, make sure to like the video. It helps the stream get noticed. But yeah, so I've been covering the top video essays because I feel like they're an underrated form of art. And I had the top 60 every week. Been doing the next top 10 because I just ramble about them for so long. Today is kind of a big day though. I'm gonna switch over. Krista Dusa. Oh, hello. Hey, nice to see you. Today we are going to be doing the top 10 video essays of all time. All right, these are the 10 best videos you can find on YouTube. Worldly Kiwi says, hi, hello, nice to see you. All right, so I'm probably going to be ranting for a while. Oh, you know what? I should do like a little bit of a refresher. You know what? Let's count up, okay? Worldly Kiwi says, can't wait to see your top 10. Yes, 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 thank you, I'm glad. All right, I'm going to just read it from the bottom, all right? So number 60, we had This is Financial Advice, Entrepreneurs, Alan Wake 2, Confucius, Wrong Indie Games, The Rich Have Their Own Ethics, Roblox Oof, Plagiarism in YouTube, Fall of Bleach, AI's an Ethical Nightmare, HBO Chernobyl, Woke Disney's, Titanic Good Actually, Bloodborne is Genius, Steve Bannon, Brexit, Riverdale, Climate Grief, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, How Mother 3 Breaks You, Nostalgia Critic in the Wall, Shenmue and the Fall of Sega, Lisa, Protest Music in the Bush Era, Disney's Channel's Theme, Anti-Semitism, Undertale, Garfield, NFTs, 50 Shades of Grey, The Fall of the Simpsons and It Getting Good Again, Mel Brooks' ethical satire about Nazis, Disney's Fast Pass, Space Jam 2, Abortion is a Lie, Space Jam 2 is a Lie, Abortion, Ben Shapiro, The Spectacular Failure of the Star Wars Hotel, In Search of a Flat Earth, Bizarre World of Fake Martial Arts, The Unreality of Pro Wrestling, Is Nietzsche Woke, Control, Vaccines and Autism, Emailing My Doctor 133 Times, Bethesda Games Are Getting Worse, Defense of Dark Souls 2, Existential Horror of Living in the Marvel Universe, Horror in Impossible Places, The Insanity of Gantz, Yoko and the Beatles, and Pathologic is Genius. That is where we are. So these top 10 are going to be better than all of those videos. All of those videos are amazing. Yes, of course, they are great, but like these ones are going to be even better. So let's get into it. Nope, sorry, that was wrong. Dumb. All right, number 10. Ruby is disappointing, and here's why, by H Bomber Guy. So, this video is better than it has any right to be. I'm going to turn off the Homestuck music because we're going to have to start playing it. This is about RWBY, or Ruby. It was a 3D anime produced by Rooster Teeth. Rooster Teeth was like, as H Bopper Guy calls it, a darling indie company until it got so big on the internet that it got bought out by corporations, which is really sad. I used to be a big fan of Rooster Teeth. I knew someone who worked there, actually, and I was honestly really jealous. They ended up moving on. I don't know exactly why. I guess we could presume though, because Rooster Teeth has gone through a lot. But yeah, I mean, I really liked what they had to do. I never watched Ruby. I never saw this myself. This came out. I don't know. I guess I just never noticed that this had happened, to be honest. And H Bomber Guy talks about what happened here. H Bomber Guy does a lot of like, this thing is amazing, this thing is genius, this thing is terrible. This one he does, it's disappointing. It's a bit more of a nuanced take, and it takes him 3 hours to explain it. Alright, gotta watch out for copyright music.
When it was first announced, Reweeby seemed like it was going to be great. It was produced by a darling of independent web content, and created by a legendary animation genius and some of his most trusted colleagues, and written by two... But even with all this stuff in place, Ruby's pretty bad. The basic concept, a 3D anime about monster hunters, is great, and when it tries to flesh this out, there's some really interesting ideas at times, and in brief moments, it's got scenes or segments that suddenly really work. But overall, it's confusing and frustrating, it isn't fun to watch, and no matter how much attention you give it, your attention is only rewarded with more writing or animation problems. It's not like the worst show ever made, but Ruby's failures matter because it really could have been something, and that makes the parts that were good even sadder, because you can always see what it could have been, and maybe almost was. I want to just call this garbage and move on with my life, but it's just not that simple, which is a shame.
So yeah, he talks about how it has like failed potential, and I really, really feel that. I get that. I didn't watch Ruby, but like, haven't you guys just watched an anime before and you're like, oh, there's some parts of this anime I really, really like. It had potential. It could have been amazing. But then there's just some elements of it that prevent you from being able to recommend it to anybody, you know? Like just an anime that's simultaneously great and terrible. And it's like, I don't know, like Danganronpa is trash, but I feel like I could just own that. At least it's a good time to watch, but sometimes the show's not even a fun time, you know? So yeah, he talks about that. He talks about it for a while. He does mention some of the animation issues, which I don't think the animation issues are really bad. He talks also, right now he's going over like where Rooster Teeth came from with Machinima and whatnot. Fun fact, I actually used to be one of those. I was doing Machinima stuff. But yeah, so he talks about this. The animation issues I don't think are really that big of a deal because that's like a technical error, right? And the worst animated show could still be an amazing story. So I don't think that's a super big deal. And to me, is really it's just emblematic of crunch. Like they say with animation, the first 90% of the time you're doing the last 10% of the time you're doing 90% of the work because animation just takes a long time to finesse. So it's not surprising that some stuff just gets shipped out with unfinished animations. World of Kiwi says, this is me with Attack on Titan. Maybe my reading comprehension's crap, but at some point it just started feeling really fashy. I think I talked about this before, but I think someone else brought up Attack on Titan. My take on Attack on Titan is that it is meant to be a critique of fascism from someone who doesn't really understand fascism. So that's why the message comes across really muddled and confusing. Some people say that it's just fascist, and I think that's oversimplifying it to the point of unfairness. But it definitely does get a lot of stuff wrong. All right.
Monty wanted to create something as expressive and unique and stylish as the anime and video games that had inspired him.
Like Monty and I are working on.
Yeah, this Monty Ohm person was one of the best animators on YouTube, and he died, and it's really tragic.
Right now.
Much room and struck with one lingering thought. He can make that. Now they're his own characters that he has. Oh, you're still here. Right, so Ruby isn't as simple as a bad show, is it? It's
Keep in mind, he's been talking for 20 minutes at this point.
Bad show which could have been something truly amazing. And that makes its problems infinitely more interesting and important to explore. And it's especially worth doing because the show's creators do try to be receptive to criticism. Well, they try, but this manifests in a strange way I'd like to discuss real quick. The writers have talked on podcasts, commentary tracks, panels, and
he talks about how like the writers talked about like they got a lot of harassment and criticism that was done in bad faith, but H. Bomber goes like, I get that, but you still haven't really acted on it.
I certainly hope it's clear that my criticism comes from a well-meaning place. I'm only here because I really thought the show could have been great, and I still think that maybe it could be. Hey, see? The chapel wasn't just here to be a reference to that scene from Kingsman, it was also a clever metaphor for my intent to make a good faith criticism. Hey, come on, I thought it was clever. Wait, is an intro playing now? Hasn't it been like 20 minutes?
Deep down inside a voice cries that.
So yeah, just to make fun of how long this video is, the intro only comes 20 minutes in. It has this like anime fight music.
Ruby is about a girl.
Oh, am I not able to play it? Aw.
Ruby is about
whatever. I'd probably get copyright flagged anyway. They just have generic anime fight music, which is funny. Anyway, he goes into detail about why Ruby had potential and what it really squandered. One of the things that I think is interesting is he talks about how like the writers here just weren't really experienced, and they were told by Monty to watch anime to get ideas from anime, and it seems like that's kind of all the ideas. Like half the show is just basically a ripoff of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and the other half is just like a mishmash of different ideas. Like,
Prize! Oh, another massively
hold
important,
up.
powerful Grimm to Stone. You learn she has this power the instant it happens, and you only learn what this power is in retrospect, because there was no room in the story to set this up, was there? Another cool thing about Avatar is that the Avatar reincarnates into a new form whenever he dies. Completely coincidentally, there's a character in RWBY whose spirit goes on to inhabit a new form whenever he dies. Amazing. You see, it's actually a clever twist, because no one would have expected them to be that obvious. So when they really did just do Avatar again, it's a genuine surprise. Oh,
Yep. And there's a whole bunch of like wasted character stuff where they're like very inconsistent with who their characters are and what they do. They try to have a ripoff of Sokka from Avatar, but they're not willing to actually have a character be misogynist. Like, making a flawed character before you end up making it better type of thing. And there's just like a lot of poor exposition throughout. So I don't know, I'm having a little hard time talking up this one because like a lot of these top 10 are just going to be great. I'm not going to have really much critiques in the way of this. This is a great video, great time to watch about what made a show great. He talks about when it gets really good, and it makes it really compelling. It's like watching the highlight reel of a show that was kind of flawed and problematic. And I think H Bomber Guy does it really from a perspective of love. I really like hearing critiques from someone that's not just trying to bash on something, but is trying to be constructive, even if it's ultimately too late. All right. So that was number 10. Next up, number 9. Nier Automata Critique by Pixel a Day. So, I'm going to have to get a little heated for this one. People love Nier Automata. People say it's one of the best games ever. You know what happens if I just Google it? Nier Automata. 95% of people like this game according to Google. What does the Steam thing say? Very positive. Everyone seems to love this game. A lot of people act like it is the masterpiece of video games. It is one of the best things ever. I think Nier Automata is not great. I think Nier Automata is overrated. I am anti Nier Automata. And this video is a video that critiques it. It is one of the few critiques you'll find online, and I think it's the best one. I think this was Pixel a Day's best video essay, and it's hot. Like I love me some hot takes, but I like hot takes you can back up. And to me, Nier Automata not being a masterpiece is kind of one of the hottest takes you can make in the field of video games, in my opinion. So Nier Automata has some interesting ideas, but I feel like it fails to really capture a lot of them. It's a sequel to the original Nier, or another version of it called Nier Gestalt. And oh yeah, they recently had the Nier Replicant remake of it. And I feel like most of the interesting things this game does, it already did in the original Nier. Like, it's kind of a retread, just now with more robots and like I don't know, existentialism a little bit. So I'm going to play some of her video. I don't agree with everything she says, but I agree with most of it, and I agree with the spirit of it. This video, I think, is what really cemented my dislike for the game, because I had already kind of disliked it, but I had a hard time really explaining why. I felt like I wasn't on the same page with everyone. Like, why does everyone love this game so much? So I'm going to see what she says for herself.
Is brought to you by countless hours of my own suffering. So please show your appreciation by supporting me on Patreon. Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to offer my critique on a game that was lauded by critics and embraced by fans. I'm going to lay out my case for why this game is a mess of unfulfilled potential, from the poor structure to the clunky writing and characterization to the undeveloped themes and uninspired gameplay. But let's start at the beginning. For those who haven't played it, the story of Nier
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because she's like setting up what the game is. And I'm gonna be honest, you guys all probably already know.
Automata is set
You're playing as these people. I'm gonna spoil things. I don't care. You're playing as androids, and you're fighting robots. You might be like, wait, aren't androids and robots kind of the same thing? Yeah, that was kind of the question I was wondering for the first half hour too, but I just had to get over that.
against the backdrop of developed consciousness. And could we tell if the complexity and nuance? So I'd like to ask, how can you might even have, hey, that robot's saying stuff, let's kill it. And if you think I'm exaggerating,
Hey there, guys. What's up?
This thing's weird, 2B. Let's kill it.
Wow.
Also, you lore pedants, don't get at me that guy's not technically a robot. The point still stands.
This is weird.
Let's be happy together, together, together. Scared. Help me.
2B, it's fine. Their speech doesn't mean anything. There's no reason for anything they do.
Yeah, so I think this is bullcrap, to be honest. Again, this was the same twist they did in the original Nier game. In the original Nier, it's like a fantasy sort of thing, right? You're going around and you're fighting these evil shade creatures, right? And they're weird and they're evil, and hey, you go kill them and whatnot. And then you play the game again, new game plus basically, and the second time you play it, oh, now you can understand what they're saying, and what they're saying is, please don't kill me. I'm actually like the soul of a person or whatever, Turns out they were actually conscious beings that weren't evil that you were killing the whole time. And like in the original Nier game, I'm just like, all right, it's a little cheesy, but sure, fine. That's what they did. Fine. Nier Automata just does that again, where you're killing a whole bunch of robots because you're told that they're evil, they lack consciousness and souls, despite what they're saying. It's even worse in Nier Automata because the entire time they're telling you straight up, don't kill me, or they'll have like, little glitchy robot languages sometimes, it varies. And then you have to go play through it again as 9S, the little boy android, the little incel boy here. And when you're playing as him, he understands what they're saying the whole time. You get a little bit of extra lore and backstory, and it's like, oh no, you were killing fully sentient beings. And it's like, yeah, I know that. 2B is kind of Hitler's best soldier. Like 2B knew they were conscious. You could tell they were conscious. It's not a twist. And you even did the twist before. What is this? This game isn't good. Why do people... Okay, look, I have to hesitate before just saying the game is bad, right? Because there is some value to it. But I don't think the game is great. I think it's fine. It's fine. It's just not amazing. Like, okay, and I want to say, like, I remember when Stellar Blade came out and a lot of people were trying to like manufacture a whole Gamergate 2 woke thing. It was a whole bunch of, little woke obsessed people online, right? And they kept comparing the main character of Stellar Blade, what's her face? No one remembers her name. It's been lost to history. They were comparing her to 2B from Nier Automata, and they were comparing her to Bayonetta from Bayonetta. And like these are the three hot girls of gaming, and it's like, do not sully Bayonetta's name by comparing her to either of these women. Bayonetta had character, Bayonetta had style, Bayonetta had determination. She did what she wanted. She was sexy, but she was choosing to be sexy. That was agency on her part. She is a woman that a lot of women would like to be. 2B, on the other hand, no one cares about. 2B doesn't have a personality. 2B, where the Kiwi says 2B is literally, this is bad, I shouldn't be doing this, keeps doing this. Yeah, exactly. I wonder if I can find a
goes
bit
around
here.
murdering robots, but also meets up with. Since these, I cannot stress this, only different from, say, your organization betrayed you, and then dating backstory, motivation, and the third.
Nah, I can't find it. So yeah, there's like with 2B, like, yeah, her whole point is just like she's the loyal soldier. You find out the organization, the android organization Yorha, is like just literally fascist. She doesn't care. She just works for him anyway. She just does her job, and she almost says nothing. There's a bit in here in the video where Pixeladay shows 9S trying to interact with her, try to have some character dynamics, and 2B just constantly shuts him down. And it's like, okay, We could have had some cool story moments, but no. Also, like 2B does look sexy. A lot of people like the way she looks, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. Well, I can get to more about that later. But the thing is, she doesn't have any agency about it. She looks the way she looks because she was designed to look that way. Not just like in real life by the creator Yoko Taro. She was designed in universe as an android to just look that way. There's not a real satisfying explanation for it. And there's nothing revolving that in her character, her personality. She doesn't look sexy because she wants to. She looks sexy because she's a doll. She is a vapid doll with no personality. So yeah, just comparing Bayonetta to 2B or that other girl is just it is an insult in my mind. Like we can do better than that. Let's see. All right. One thing I really like though that Pixel a Day does with this video essay, I'm gonna showcase something real quick.
Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to offer my Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to talk about how the idea of multiple playthroughs and perspectives was bungled by poor execution. Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to argue that this game doesn't do justice to any of the themes or issues it deals with. Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to talk about Ex Machina? Welcome to my video essay on Nier Automata. In this video, I'd like to talk about how this game is a mess of uninspired and contradictory design decisions.
So, if you guys can tell, what's going on here is she's making fun of the 3-story act structure that Nier Automata tries to do. It's a weird thing that's been happening with video games lately, where a lot of video games will try to do like a 3-act structure where the entire gameplay changes or something. I feel it's a bit gimmicky, to be honest. I feel like very few games can pull it off well. I'd say Inscription pulls it off pretty well, actually. But I think a lot of people just kind of want to copy Inscription in similar games. I'd argue Undertale is kind of a 3-act game, just Act 1 being neutral, Act 2 being pacifist, Act 3 being genocide. But I feel like Nier Automata is kind of similar to that Dave the Diver video that she also made, the other Pixel a Day video in my top list, where it's a game that tries to like shoehorn a whole bunch of different gameplay mechanisms, like the hacking minigame, the weird shooters and stuff, where like, yeah, like see like this bit right here, like what does this do for the game really? It just changes it up as a bit of a wow factor. And maybe the first time it happens, it's interesting to you, but it's not exactly good game design because you're very bluntly just changing the game up, you know? The 3-act structure is particularly infuriating with Nier Automata. Sorry, the way she says is tripping me up. With Nier Automata, you first play as 2B, then you play as 9S, and then you play as a third one named A2. And it's mostly the exact same story 3 times in a row. Like, she makes a joke about how, like, yeah, when you get to play 9S, you get to see a completely new perspective, and that perspective is 2 feet to the left. And I also want to just say, like, for, like, companion camaraderie, like, 2B, like, okay, she was empty in the head, nothing interesting going on up there, except maybe swastikas. But, like, you know, she looked cool, and she was kind of awesome when she's fighting, so, alright, there's, you know, eye candy, and not just because of the butt cheeks, right? But with 9S, it's like, okay, so the love interest for the very adult-looking woman is this incel kid who looks like he's maybe 15? 16 maybe? It's really infuriating that like 9S is genuinely the worst character in this entire game. I hate him. I hate him so much. And the romance between them is basically non-existent. There is a little bit to it, but like not enough to care about. And then A2, she's supposed to be a lot like 2B, but she's like an older model, and she's turned against the institution. It's like, okay, we're gonna finally get a good character, maybe someone who's not Hitler, right? Oh no, she also just wants to kill the robots just as much. She just thinks they're killing robots the bad way. Okay. I hate this game. I hate it so much. Again, a little hyperbole, but emotionally I feel it right now. I feel it when I complain about this game. I get on the train. I take the ball and I keep running with it. There is a bit here. Okay. I gotta show her making this discovery partway through the video.
Meaningfully contribute anything to the bigger picture. Here's a 2D section because we can. Here's a fishing minigame, cause why not? Here's a bed you can sleep in, which you never have any reason to do. And to be fair, I even liked some of the pointless additions. When you die, your corpse might appear in someone else's game, and you can choose a cryptic little phrase to appear alongside your body, like a hollowed out doll saw a machine dancing like mad in a deserted land. There's no point to it aside from adding a nice poetic twist, but it's neat. When you're selecting a weapon, there's an option in the menu called Story, which gives you a tiny anecdote about some rando in the world, and it unlocks a new snippet of story every time you upgrade the weapon. And it's nice. I mean, the stories don't mean anything, but wait a minute. Huh. That's 2B's sword, and this story sounds like it's describing her. Boy, I nearly missed this entirely. Maybe I should just do a little more digging and see if there's any other bits of story I missed.
All right. So the joke is here that there actually is a lot of deepness and lore to the story. There is an explanation of what's going on in 2B's mind and 9S, but it's not in the game. It's in like extracurricular material, extraneous material. You have to go outside of it, read the manga, the side stories, watch the stage plays, read the novels, the PDFs, and just I hate it. I don't like this like ARG-ification of video games where you like you have to go and do homework after watching a movie to understand what the movie was about. It's frustrating. I feel like it comes from a place of not realizing that a lot of people playing your stuff are like adults with lives. Like maybe when I was a kid, I could be bothered to do that for Call of Duty Zombies when I was in that, but I will literally never do it again. You hooked me once and I realized it was not worth it. Like, so apparently the story behind 2B and 9S is that 9S keeps like running his mouth against the fascist org and getting killed for it. And he keeps getting like rebuilt and his memory wiped. And 2B has gone through this so many times that she's grown cold and distant. She doesn't want to get close to him because she knows what that's like because she's gotten hurt in the past. And like, I still think it's creepy he looks so young, but you know, it is a decent story there, but you don't get to see it. You don't get to see it. Like seriously? All right. So I've ranted about this most of what I want to rant about. There are two other things. Pixel a Day talks about the portrayal of women, uses a comparison to the movie Ex Machina. And I do think there is something to be said about this, about the fetishization and sexualization of women and as dolls in this game. And, you know, I differ a little bit from her perspective. I don't think sexualization is inherently a bad thing. I don't think making 2B sexy was a problem. I just feel like a lot of the times this is done in a sort of like sexist way, where only the women get sexualized, none of the men. And then the way the women get sexualized like robs them of agency. This is why I don't think a comparison to Bayonetta is fair. Because I think Bayonetta is an example of basically how to do it right. At least relatively. Maybe there could have been more sexy men in Bayonetta. But Bayonetta was pretty good. I'm just going to say that. And like, she uses a picture of Kaine from the previous Nier game. I think Kaine was a better character than 2B. Because at least Kaine had the whole like trans/hermaphrodite robot thing. I don't remember exactly how that went, to be honest. Can robots be intersex? I don't know. I guess we have to presume. But yeah, so I think the real crime here, that wasn't necessarily that 2B was sexy. It's just that it was like only her being sexy, as well as the few other female characters. I know they have the bad guys, Adam and Eve, which are both men for some reason. But she critiques those characters for also being very vapid, because just like Eve and 9S, their entire emotional arc is, you killed the person I loved, therefore I go murder rage mode, and that's kind of it. It feels like the only way that people react to grief is by going on killing sprees. So yeah, I don't like Nier Automata. I think there's a lot wrong with it, and I'm mostly just kind of baffled by the fact that so many people like this game. Or not just like it, but think it's a masterpiece. I do think there is stuff to like here. And to make the point that I do think there is stuff to like here, there's one bit towards the end of the game that I do think is actually really interesting, where you have this like final moment where you can choose to there's this hard fight that's like, it's like one of the hacking mini games, but whatever. It was this like super hard fight where you can only win if you get outside help, and if you win it, you can choose to delete all of your save data to give someone else the help to beat the fight. So it's kind of a fight that you can only win if someone else made a sacrifice for you, and it's an interesting little bit of player interactivity. So I will give them that. Then I'm just going to end on the video.
I kept waiting in vain for this video, and I finally it, grasping at a mirage. And the feeling was only intensified by all
Oh, she also critiques the art direction of the game, being all washed down and whatnot as like a faux deepness, and I totally agree with that.
the adoring praise I was hearing. I kept waiting in vain for this brilliant game to emerge. But in the end, I decided this emperor has no clothes. Maybe they were blown off in an explosion. And
All right, so that's that video. I think it's really good. Definitely recommend giving a watch. Next, I'm going to have number 8, Mask Off by Lindsay Ellis. So, Lindsay Ellis is a video essayist that I really respect. And there was this incident that happened a number of years ago. How many years ago was it now? 4 years. Goodness, I'm getting old. Where she made a tweet, and the tweet went viral in a very negative way, and a bunch of so-called progressives pounced on her to make her out to be the most evil white woman to ever exist, basically. And this is what I talk about with woke scolds in my Homestuck video, where people will basically try to engage in social clout to cannibalize and take down one of their own, just so that they can boost their own prestige. Lindsay made this video, Mask Off, as a response to it, and it's one of the few times I've really seen a YouTube creator respond to a harassment campaign in a way so thoroughly that it just stopped in its tracks. People make fun of like the YouTube apology type of thing, where like the YouTube creator will like make an apology video to respond to harassment, and maybe it's sincere, maybe it's not, maybe it's a bunch of bull crap, but they make the apology video. Lindsay Ellis did the opposite. She made a "No, I'm right" video, and honestly, I think she was very, very base to do so. I think it's a really interesting. I think this video is the video to watch if you want to understand what a woke scold is. Someone who weaponizes bad faith progressive talking points to try to make themselves feel better in a hopeless world. It has been unlisted. Lindsay Ellis is an accomplished sci-fi author. She probably has a reputation at stake. Maybe she felt this video being left up not unlisted so anyone could click on it without the link. Maybe she felt that that wasn't a good look. I don't know. I can't say I agree with everything she does, but I think this video was good. It is my top number 9 video.
So last week, I was in a restaurant in North Carolina, and we were sitting at the bar, and the owner was sitting right there because they were about to close, and my mother starts talking to her, and somehow or other, the owner just looks at me, and she's like, well, what do you do? And I wasn't about to tell her I'm a YouTuber, so I was like, I'm a writer. I mean, I am technically. And she's like, well, what do you do? So I told her my name, and she's like, I'm gonna Google you. And I was like, okay, but I'm super canceled right now. And she like laughed and clearly thought I was kidding, or maybe didn't know what that meant, or knew it in some like right wing way. And then she like Googled me and like started laughing because the first thing in the like the questions people ask is, why is Lindsay Ellis canceled? And
I think that question is very telling, right? Why? Because a lot of people didn't know. I think that kind of tells you like the kind of schoolyard gossip politics that goes on here when there's like a harassment case online. I guess I have to talk about people being canceled. I think she maybe talks about it a little bit. Obviously, the idea of being canceled was weaponized by like bad faith right wing actors, right? To say like, oh, I was being canceled. Why? Well, because you raped someone. It's like, oh, okay. Are you really being canceled, or are people just calling you a rapist because you are one, right? But I do think that there still is a thing on the left, a left version of this. I call that a woke scold. I think there needs to be a term for it. Not having a term means that people can like come in bad faith from a right wing perspective, right? You have to be able to distinguish and differentiate different modes of behavior. And even among the progressives, even among, left ideology and politics, there are bad actors, and we have to call that out. And if you guys aren't aware, the gist of how often these like harassment campaigns will work on Twitter or Blue Sky or other social media that's basically designed to farm rage for clicks, like that's literally how they are designed, because rage gets more clicks. What happens is some message, some post, some tweet will go really viral for bad reasons. In Lindsay Ellis's case, this was her complaining about Raya the Last Dragon, the Disney movie, for being like a ripoff of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And this went viral because a lot of people were saying, well, that was racist. You're saying that these two Asian-ish movies were similar. And like, she's saying the movies are similar because one was copying from the other. It's not a racial thing, or I say, when I say copy, like one was like an uninspired kind of knockoff of the other. Raya's not very good. Avatar is. It's just not that hard. So a lot of people were saying that this was racist, and I think this was a sort of manufactured outrage. This was an attempt to try to get social clout. A lot of people jumped onto it, and I think in part it's a sort of bullying, right? If a bunch of people come out claiming to be like brown, Asian, POC voices, whatever the demographic is, and they say that this is racist, are you, a white person, going to come in and stop them and say no? However, one thing that Lindsay Ellis shows in this video is some people that claim to be those voices actually turn out to be white people themselves. Woke scolds are not actually that diverse a group.
Callouts and deplatforming didn't happen until
sorry, I forgot to get to my actual point with that. And so that was the initial thing that went viral. But what happened later was, as it went viral, people would bring up every bad thing she had ever done. They would attempt to do a character assassination. Because if you look at the original post, comparing those two movies together, it's like, well, that doesn't seem very condemning, right? That just seems like maybe a worst case scenario, a bad take. But they'll try to justify, be like, oh, well, here's the 12 other bad things she has ever done. And so Lindsay Ellis talks about this in that video.
Right-wing grievance of the incident. We've all been losing our minds. So I feel like I need to establish that this whole thing stopped being about valid criticism very, very quickly. And I'll talk about that later in the video. But by the time I marginalize really queer BIPOC who called Princess a privileged twat, you're not a real queer little girl.
That is one thing that's kind of interesting, where when these harassment campaigns start going, sometimes marginalized people will speak up in defense of the accused, like with Lindsay Ellis here, and they're said to not be real ones. So it's like, validating identity until suddenly you go against the constructed monolith that's supposed to be the marginalized opinion. Then suddenly, you're a faker. It's honestly offensive, in my opinion. I would say people that were accusing like Princess Weeks here of not being a real black woman or whatnot, or diverging from that monolith, I would say that's racist and or sexist.
Curated over a period of 13 years. Amazing. Is it because there's a pandemic? Like, where do you guys get all this free time? So I've been accused of a lot of terrible things and remanded for never owning up to my mistakes. Well, today is your day, receipt keepers. You guys have worked so hard on this, so I am going to give you what you asked for. Finally, all that hard work, meticulously combing through every word I've ever said, is gonna pay off. Well, that's what you wanted, wasn't it?
No, because they never actually wanted her to apologize. They never wanted her to do better. They never wanted her to work on herself. Woke schools will say that, and it's a lie. They don't actually want that. They just want to use you as a pedestal to step on.
Part 4. My list of sins. Years.
So she goes over basically every bad thing she ever did and explains, either like, well, this is what I meant, you're taking out of context, or sometimes like, yeah, no, that was wrong. I'm sorry.
I just kind of mind. You should do it in a... relevant to the
One thing that's
piece.
kind of relevant here is, she talks a little bit about how she worked on the Nostalgia Critic, or channel Awesome with the Nostalgia Critic, and I get the feeling it wasn't really the great time, and kind of bringing that up is really crappy. Some of these get really intense.
Or just
Trigger
like
warning.
slow cool. Next, 2009,
Yep.
the rape rap. And it's finally into the mainstream with it for over a
Hold on, sorry.
trying to make happen for you. Well, this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? There is this
So, if you like watching someone being righteously, vindictively angry, this is going to be for you. If you're not into that, sorry. I've lived too long to not be spiteful at my enemies.
infamous video I did back in 2009, which is called Rape Rap, which is exactly what it sounds like. The joke is that my friend Brian, playing a rapping sexual predator, says horrible things to me online because woman, and I try to get him not to say these things. And honestly, I kind of want to give a slow clap to the Diet Nazis because this is a fetch they have been trying to make happen for years. And I'm honestly kind of happy for them, you know? Like, they have used this to hurt me and humiliate me. And they sent it to like PBS affiliate, PBS corporate trying to get me fired. And they've uploaded like 800 mirrors to YouTube. They've sent it to my colleagues. They've spammed me with it for over a decade. And it just never spread beyond the Diet Nazi sphere. And it's finally into the mainstream woke skull Twitter. You know,
Yeah, that was kind of why I decided to start using the term woke scold, because she used the term. I felt like, okay, we finally have a name for this. I think she doesn't drop it that much, but she did mention it right there. So I think this is one thing that I think makes, the woke scold archetype particularly dangerous. Again, woke scold being a sort of bad faith faux progressive, right? When they make these assassination attempts, these harassment campaigns, when they talk crap about people that are in their sphere but are more successful than them, like, YouTube creators and whatnot, they don't care where they get their sources from. They'll take them from wherever. The goal of making those lists of someone's crimes, as Lindsay says, her list of sins, the goal is not to be accurate. The goal is not to, like, adjudicate it like you're some type of social judge. The goal is to tar and feather them. And because they don't sift through their sources at all, it's very easy for Nazis to come in and provide them those sources. I have seen myself a number of times Nazis get involved in these campaigns pretending to be woke skulls. Oftentimes they won't even do that. They will launder it through the tankies, through the Stalinist defenders, the authoritarian communists, whatever you want to call them. And because they're ostensibly leftists, a lot of woke skulls who like do a whole leftist unity bit and don't really care what side of the left you're on, they'll take it and run with it. And that's how a lot of Nazi talking points end up getting laundered into the broader left.
my roommate was out of town at the time.
Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm not going to comment on this much, but here she's talking about just how evil it was for these people to try to use this rape rap against her.
So there was nobody, so I just like burned the clothes and burned the evidence, and I didn't tell anyone that this happened. So nobody knew. So about 1 year later, I was at a Dresden Dolls concert, of all things. And I think this was 2005. And I was there with my roommate, and we lived in the West Village, and the concert was at Webster Hall. And Webster Hall was about a 15-20 minute walk from our apartment in the West, across the hallway. So now I'm involved with that case. Like this happens, and there's police. This like untouchable, horrible thing that like happened and had to be endured, and was just like this pall over both of us. And and this was before the DA pressured her out of pressing charges. And so we had this folder, and so like we just somehow, like I asked her like, well, what's in that folder? And she's like, rape. And we kind of like embellished the folder like with the musical, so it was just like rape and like horror font, the musical. And if it weren't for that technicality and my friend's apologies, and I was like, absolutely not, in that FTP folder. But like I started getting these phone calls endlessly adds it to my ledger of sins. And so now here we are, and I'm having to relive one of the worst times of my life just to get you people to back the fuck off.
She tried to pretend this in the rape rap.
Lindsay
Ellis
Ellis
doesn't want you to remember this.
Plays
Plays the
the
rape rap one more time for the homie. Almost as tragic as her rape rap.
Imagine
Getting canceled over this and not the rape
Lindsay
rap.
did
make rape rap, so she's fine with edgy jokes. I always thought that Lindsay Ellis would get canceled when her rape rap would hang up to these woke people for years. Did you think they wouldn't eventually come for you? Just wait till the discovery of the rape rap. May I remind everyone of the rape rap? That track was fire.
So like all of you, just these people who've been trying to get to me with it and think that like me staying silent is an admission of guilt rather than it being none of your fucking business, even considering that this was not supposed to be made public, and now these woke skulls are just adding it to like my ledger and trying to use it to discredit me. All of you are just loathsome people, and I hope you all
Yeah, I don't think I need to add anything to that. I'm going to get to basically kind of the thesis of the video. Beyond like that, she tries to like, make something out of this, and some of you might realize what this is because I used it in my Homestuck video because I think it was very poignant. If I can just find the bit here. Oh my goodness, where is it? It's such a long video, hour 40, huh? Aw, man, I'm having a hard time finding it.
at least, well, she's a whore, but only YouTuber is protecting. Already know they always have the most to lose. Jeanette was co-writing and was going to that might be what now more like one other person I owe an apology to is Movie Bob. I literally can even be them on the pillory. So even if you don't think I did anything wrong, if you can still pin this on a specific error, then you can distance yourself and sleep well that you would know better than to make the same mistake. And it would never happen to you. And that's just not how it works. Part of what makes Twitter so toxic is the sense of hopelessness it engenders. You're exposed to this.
Okay, I found the part.
Interpreted badly, all while completely ignoring the rest of our entire bodies of work. Why are you wasting so much energy on this? Because you can't impact people who are actually doing your community harm. You can't shame the shameless. Trump will never face justice. Brett Kavanaugh's on the Supreme Court for life. Ben Shapiro gets off on your outrage. So you shame those who can be shamed. And if you call one of us bigoted enough times, people will start to believe it, and then you can feel like you solved racism by spreading lies about a person you have never met and never will, and was doing you and your community no harm. Well done. Shabash. Good job. Fuck every single one of you. You do not deserve grace. You do not deserve sympathy.
I respect this video so hard. It is an anti-apology video. I think if you're a YouTube creator and you get accused of doing something wrong and you didn't, standing by your principles, I respect that. I respect it so hard. Kira says her entire story of what she's been through here and the joking about the folder is darkly relatable. It's the kind of thing people do when unthinkable things happen to them. Oh, absolutely, of course. And I think it's anti-human to pretend otherwise. All right. That's that video. Bit heavy, I know, but I feel like it's a subject that really needs to be discussed. The left will never win as long as we are eating our own. Number 7. Fallout New Vegas is genius, and here's why. So, Fallout New Vegas is my my favorite video game of all time. And you might be like, well, Kyle, why is this only number 7 on your list then? And the reason is because while I do love this video, I feel like H-Bomber Guy just kind of like gushes about the game. Maybe a little bit like what I'm doing here. Look, it's hard. It's hard sometimes, I think, to talk about pieces of media that are just great. It's a little easier to talk about ones that are flawed because then you can explain why they're flawed or provide suggestions on how to fix them. It's still a great video, but unfortunately only made it to number 7. And I'm going to be real, it got a boost by being about one of the best video games. Come on. Come on.
Fallouts are still 2 of the best games ever. 2 of the most engaging worlds and stories ever crafted for players to explore. So the developer went bankrupt. The Fallout intellectual property was then sold to Bethesda. There were those who had minor problems with the direction they took the series. But when you shoot a guy just right, his guts go everywhere. So overall, the game did very well. Missing when she came here. And because
So,
you're actually...
it's a little hard for me to talk about this one because I love Fallout New Vegas so much. I love the Fallout world, I guess, although I feel like the world is leaving without me with Bethesda. And, he just talks about why New Vegas is, like, an amazing game. I've talked about New Vegas so much, I'm not really sure what to say here. But he talks about a bunch of really cool moments and whatnot. It's an amazing game. I think I'm not going to spend too much time on this one because, quite frankly, I want to make a New Vegas video explaining why it's good at some point with our Fallout series. We'll see if I live long enough for that, but
really lax prison and give you a bunch of... Boom! Half the country has no electricity. Euclid's Seed Finder is such a great weapon. Full solution means sneaking past the ones that are too far gone to be talked down and finding die than give up. Even Caesar's death isn't enough to deter him.
Yeah, one of the really cool things about Fallout New Vegas is having interesting villains. It's one of the few games I've seen have fascist villains done like in a nuanced way that doesn't absolve them of their evil. Like they're LARPers, they're LARPing fascism. They are completely backwards. And the interesting thing is you have Caesar who, he has the whole like Hegelian dialectic bit, right? And then Legate Lanius here is more of a pragmatist. So you can convince Lanius to like stand down, but only if you can convince him of the pragmatic value in retreat.
If you try to talk him out of fighting, he's very resistant. Lanius's entire system of morality is so different from yours that you can't just say, no, please don't be bad. To talk him out of a fight, you have to pick choices that actually convince him of something. You can point out that even if he wins, the sheer size of the Western Territory makes controlling both it and the East far too difficult, and would eventually doom the Legion as a whole.
Hoover Dam is but a place. I will not have it be the gravestone of the Legion, whether quickly, or as you describe, slowly, by attrition.
This is
intelligent enemies. I love it so much. It's horrible. He's terrible, but like there is a genuine sort of like respecting the enemy general vibe you get here. And I hate to say that. He's a fascist, but like sometimes I think you have to deal with the fact that your enemies are intelligent. We don't have to deal with that in the real world so much because most of our enemies like Trump and whatnot are complete morons, but it used to be more common to have intelligent enemies, I guess. All right. This video is great because the game it's based on is great and it's being made by a great video essay. It's hard not to love there. Don't have a lot to say. Number 6, Fallout 3 is garbage and here's why. So, okay, New Vegas is a better game than Fallout 3. This is just the truth. Anyone who argues otherwise is an ostrich sticking their head in the sand. However, the takedown of Fallout 3 is much more enjoyable than the ascent of Fallout New Vegas. H-Bomber Guy does a great job with this video. This is the video where I found out who H-Bomber Guy was. It is one of his older ones.
Oh god, a bunch of people voted for each Fallout. And they're also by companies that... which also drops frames quite often. You'll notice the mess hall floor, you eat, shoots and leaves. But if you want to take a more critical look at the problem your entire life, in fact you have no choice not to. He will chase you down to tell you about his mother. You gotta help me! But you can't speak to this guy, who's been a law-abiding citizen and a nice guy vault cop who attended your birthday party. Butch! Fucking Butch!
Talking about how the game is supposed to be an RPG. Fallout 3 is supposed to be an RPG, and yet it's so linear and forces you into doing such tropey things the whole time. You literally can't start the game without murdering someone.
To encounter that choice, and meanwhile you don't even get one whatsoever when it comes to Officer Mac. Is this what Fallout is supposed to be? A hallway with enemies to shoot? That sounds fine for your bog standard action game, but isn't this supposed to be...
For our Fallout series, we had to make a mod that gives you a tranquilizer gun at the beginning just so that you don't have to be a murderer. Because, even though our character does eventually kill hundreds of people, because, you have to in these games, right? We felt like maybe, she'd start off a little hesitant to do that.
In, say, Fallout 2. To continue of constant suffering. The progression and the pacing is on their own journey and making their own decisions. But you've created a situation where the game is teaching you to follow this with your brain. Your eyes are trained to follow.
Oh my goodness, yeah, we have a mod that makes it to where we don't have to do this in our Fallout series, and it's one of the best mods we have. The fact that you just have like a little marker in the corner telling you where to go at all times, it really takes away from being able to navigate the environment. And he makes the point in here, you can't take it away either because the game was built with it in mind. The game has very few natural landmarks to allow you to actually navigate the world without looking at your little compass in the corner. I mean, they should have at least had a toggle, you know?
Follow it, to stare at it, to just fallouts. If you don't have your wits about you, you're not going to see what you need to see. To and from several towns, a lot of rare and supposedly powerful weapons could rarely even depend on what's been brought back simply so the game looks more like a Fallout game, not because they actually needed to be there. Similarly, the super mutants are back. I expected this because they've been around since the first game, but I didn't expect them to be so poorly done. For adherence to a core setup. Carry on playing the game. It was dark. For need all the crazy explosives you
decided to play New Vegas was because I saw him do that. I saw that smirk. I thought, yeah, he knows. He knows.
Josh Sawyer is what would happen if you dipped Todd Howard in the vats. He's just better. I would do a lot of...
Josh Sawyer's pretty cool. He's one of the big designers of Fallout New Vegas. I follow him on Blue Sky. He's a pretty cool dude.
Dark shit to try and get a Fallout 4 New Vegas type situation happening. But to be honest, I kind of like the idea of Obsidian doing their own thing. Almost one of the core messages of New Vegas and what it...
It's such a shame that they never actually did get a Fallout New Vegas 2 situation going. I really like this video. I think it's worth mentioning that there is a Fallout 4 is garbage video that has since come out made by Adam something. I don't think it's as good as the Fallout 3 video. It didn't make my top 60 list. I think it's pretty good. It's like a continuation, if you want. You could say this is a part 2 just made by somebody else. I personally would really love to do a video of this style for Fallout, not 76, Fallout 76, everyone knows 76 isn't that great. The TV show. I think it would be really fun to do a Fallout TV show is mid, and here's why. Because I do think it has some good stuff, but it has a lot of bad stuff to it too. It's the writing is terrible. So I think that would be fun one day. And I mentioned that Josh Sawyer is a really cool person. He's pretty progressive. I want to see if I could find... Yeah, I mean, look at this, look.
If I should stay.
Yeah, he did some of the songs for Radio New Vegas. He's actually a singer and wearing the wig. I don't know. He's just really cool. I like him. All right, hold on. Gotta ban a spam bot. There we go. All right. Next we have number 5. We need to talk about Game of Thrones, I guess, and the last of the Game of Thrones hot take, Lindsay Ellis. So, another one of hers. I think she's a great video essayist. So here's the thing. I didn't really care about Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, the big fantasy TV show based off of the book series. I never really cared about it because I'm not a big fan of high fantasy. Even when I play Dungeons & Dragons, I usually don't play in that setting. I play in other ones, you know. Like Mario, which is kind of weird, but whatever. I like the weirder fantasy stuff. I don't like the stereotypical medieval European crap. But this TV show got really big. A lot of people liked it, and Lindsay Ellis was a really big fan. If you remember, a big problem with Game of Thrones is that the directors just decided they didn't want to make the show anymore. They said, all right, this is going to be our last season, and they wrapped it up in the span of a few episodes. And the ending was seen as so terrible that Game of Thrones' legacy has almost been completely wiped from public memory. Like, talk about Game of Thrones, and they're going to talk about it like, oh yeah, like high school? Like, they'll talk about it as like some shameful thing that we shouldn't bring up anymore. And I've used that phrase before with Homestuck, and I think that's erroneous. I think that's due to slander. With Game of Thrones, like, it shot itself in the foot. And it's such a shame because, like, it wastes all the storytelling that was done previously. I'm going to be limited in what I can show about this video because it uses Game of Thrones footage and whatnot. But I'll skip around and explain why I think Lindsay Ellis's video covering Game of Thrones is really cool.
So, the internet has lost its mind. I include myself in that description.
I cannot open my YouTube homepage without a flood of angry Game of Thrones hot takes, and here I am, a month late to the conversation, just adding to that deluge. And I'm sorry, but you know, sometimes you've got some feelings and you just gotta monetize them.
All right. So she talks about like what she thinks went wrong with the show, why it was good originally, how it got bad.
When you default to stereotyping, you're being lazy and thoughtless, which generally makes for bad, or at least uninteresting, writing.
Dwarves have mad hops.
For more on that, see the Bright episode.
Fairy lives don't matter today.
But at the same time, no piece of media is ever going to be ideologically pure, and it's unrealistic to expect that. Critics and fans alike have been discussing the problematic elements of Game of Thrones. Problematic. Game of Thrones. So, sorry, Jonathan Van Chaplin instead. Fun fact that he's helping the really for them in later seasons because TV. And while that might lead to some truly excellent, polished, high-budget art that we've genuinely never seen before, the push for networks is more to become the next big thing. So when you're writing your series...
One of the things I think that's interesting about Game of Thrones is it shows the idea that like serialized weekly television still has a market. In a world where we've moved over to streaming services of Netflix and whatnot, Amazon and all that, it shows that, you know, if the show gets big enough, making people have to wait before they watch the next one really helps with audience growth, because it means people have like a week to talk about it with each other and people can kind of watch it in tandem. It kind of creates a cultural moment. And I think that's interesting. I don't think that means necessarily streaming is bad, but I do think it's emblematic how streaming has gotten worse than it was at the start of streaming, you know, being mostly just Netflix.
Novel, comic... While Daenerys is doing something anyone.
And look at me. Look!
Oh yeah, she compares it to The Sopranos and how The Sopranos ended as a TV show, and how a lot of people were angry about it, but despite it being kind of an infuriating ending, it was a meaningful one. And how the Game of Thrones one just kind of isn't. It's infuriating, but it also lacks meaning, so it's not really an apt comparison. Anyway, this video is mostly just 44 minutes of Lindsay Ellis just kind of processing the end of Game of Thrones. But she follows it up with a part 2, the last of the Game of Thrones hot takes. And this is where she decides to be a bit more analytical and kind of do like a retrospective of it. Not much later, like she kind of just gave it some time and then made a second part that was more retrospective.
Pulitzer Prize-winning author of The Power Broker, Robert Moses, and The Fall of New York, Robert A. Caro, is widely considered one of the world's foremost experts on the subject of power. Caro won the Pulitzer for nonfiction in 1974 by revealing how New York City urban planner Robert Moses, despite never having been elected to any public office, was able to slowly and steadily accrue so much power that not only did he become the greatest shaper of New York City in the 20th century, he also exerted massive influence on all American cities. Widely liked and respected in his time, the power broker destroyed Moses' reputation, painting him as a power-hungry totalitarian that destroyed communities. And he died in disgrace some 10 years later. But according to Caro, it was not his profile of Robert Moses that truly revealed to him the nature of power, but his acclaimed chronicle of the life of Lyndon B. Johnson, which currently stands at 4 volumes and 1.5 million words. According to Caro, we're taught Lord Acton's axiom, all power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I believed that when I started these books, but I don't believe it's always true anymore. What I believe is always true about power is that power always reveals. When you have enough power to do what you always wanted to do, then you see what the guy always wanted to do.
If you take nothing else away from my stream today, take this away. This is 100% true. The idea that absolute power corrupts absolutely is misleading. It is true that happens sometimes. You can take a nice guy and give them a bunch of power and maybe they'll become evil. You know, that happens. But what's much more common is people seeking power because they're bad. They have some awful ideas about the world, so they do the awful things that are necessary to get power in the awful world that we live in. she uses it as an example here later in the video of Richard Nixon. Was Richard Nixon corrupted by power? No, he sought power and he got it. I think we can look at a lot of people in our real world today in America, right? Donald Trump was a real estate mogul. He sought more power, and wow, turns out he was terrible. Like, everyone knew he was terrible. And then, like, what? You have Elon Musk. He was terrible too. You have folks like Stephen Miller, who seems to be the new shadow Nazi president or whatever. But like, it reminds me of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they introduced the concept of a secret president because they found out that anyone who actually ran for president was an evil person. So the only way to get a good person for president was to get someone who didn't want to be president. Krista says, power corrupts is a thought-terminating cliche, one concept that has been oversimplified into a slogan. Absolutely, because I think when people go fully into that mindset of just, oh, power just always corrupts, that's just what power does. It's like, well, maybe we should do something about it. It's like, well, you can't, because that's just how it works. And we have to have power. Someone has to be in charge. We just have to accept that whoever's going to be in charge is corrupt, because that's just how it works. And like, no, we can expect better than that, you know? Anyway, that's her thesis for this video, because, you know, Daenerys, she's the girl on the cover, the thumbnail of the video. Daenerys was basically the big good guy of Game of Thrones. Her whole thing is that she was kind of like a white savior child who befriended a bunch of dragons and tries to lead a revolution in the stereotypical fantasy setting. But the writers, okay, the guy who made the books, what's his name? George R.R. Martin. He knows how to write. But the people that made the show didn't understand how power works. They didn't understand corruption. So they write in an ending where she just becomes evil because, ooh, power corrupts. And so they fundamentally misunderstand her entire character and the point of her existence. I'm just going to play the video.
Headcanon in theory and kind of forgot.
They remember.
On changing his ways?
We'll try again at supper.
And the best rationale they can come up with for Varys wanting to support Jon over Daenerys
left her exhausted.
Off the plot of the whole fact that the Night King is responsible for the war. Violent siege is bad. Mass starvation is much better. And Tyrion, why are you so horrified with the process? Tyrion, you've given her like 200 chances to surrender. Who thing that is left out of the show is part of Maggie the Frog's fault. She saw it as a stupid mistakes and wild hair, and I mean big thing. Countless followers of the Seven affected by their monarch and power corrupting. Came to power effectively from nothing, not only because of an important name and some dragons, but because people believed in her.
Just once in my life before it's over. I want to know what it's like to serve with pride. You believe in her?
Her not in considerable power with doing the right thing, but because they wanted to get into them panties.
I know you love her.
The rioters did not. And yes, that actually happened. Daenerys wanted to do because she did it. People point to speeches like this, which I into change. Inhumane to her enemies, and when she's done the right thing. Until this episode, when she reveals that she's actually Super Hitler, the Hitler that flies.
And then she sees the Red Keep. It's in that moment on the walls of King's Landing where she...
And is of the North prefer. No, Daenerys wasn't use rise to great power. People follow Daenerys. Yet tells you the ending at the beginning of ending. One of the greatest examples of that, maybe ever.
So I think this is a really good video that doesn't just explain why Game of Thrones failed, but it explains why Game of Thrones, the show, fundamentally misunderstood how power works. There's literally a scene at the end where the dragon burns the symbolism of the spiked throne, the game of the, yeah, whatever it's called. But yeah, so if you want to learn a bit more about the way power works, I recommend these two videos. They're really good. All right, and then we have number 4. Deus Ex, Human Revolution is fine, and here's why. So it's weird that this is my favorite video of H-Bomber, guys, because I never was really big into Deus Ex. It was a little bit before my time, to be honest. But the one Deus Ex game I played was Human Revolution. My partner Kira tried to get me to play it. We played once and just immediately bounced off and never played it again. And this video kind of helps me understand why, but it's again kind of why I wanted to do that Fallout TV show is mid video, because like, it's really interesting to talk about a game that's not complete garbage, but also isn't good either. It's kind of why I like talking about Nier Automata so much.
In June 2000, Ion Storm released Deus Ex. Deus Ex is one of the best games ever made. Its engaging free-form gameplay and complex storytelling quickly cemented it as one of the true classics of the medium. So the developer went bankrupt. If that line sounds familiar to you, get used to it. Like 12 more videos are going to start this way.
It is so sad how so many of the best video games ever made just aren't profitable. That's why AAA slop exists, you know? It's just not profitable to make really good games, unfortunately. Art is just not really compatible with capitalism. If it works, it's like a temporary blip. Anyway, he talks about Deus Ex Human Revolution, which is kind of like a very strange game that exists between two different periods of these, like, crap, what are they called? Immerse simulators? Crap, what's the genre? I forgot. Immersive sim. Thank you, H-Bomber guy.
Of game was 20 minutes watching JC Denton waddle around his office making small talk first. The opening cutscene is they can barely control where
powerful question.
The game, idiot!
Yes, but nothing. So get going.
The creators wanted to do a mission where you have to get into a police station. That's fine, and you have a lot of options for how to do that, but games which use dialogue like this usually offer different outcomes for making different choices. If this was Mass Effect or Fallout...
It's interesting seeing the little dialogue wheel years before Fallout 4 came out and like how bad that was. Like that was always just a subterfuge to try to simplify game design without telling the player. Anyway, he goes over why the original Deus Ex game was amazing. Honestly, I should probably go back and play it at some point. And how Human Revolution, the first time to try to bring back Deus Ex, was really kind of shoddy. It was a mess. One of the things I really like in here particularly is talking about the like philosophy, the whole point of it. They have like augmentation. And this is one of the reasons I don't like Cyberpunk. I've criticized Cyberpunk before, and one of the things I think is weird about it is the way they do like cybernetic implants and augmentation, where by making yourself more machine, you become less man. And the way that this game decided to lean into that was by having like cybernetic people be like a marginalized underclass, except they're also rich. It's really strange, and like it's just a kind of cartoonish way of, oh my goodness, where... Let me find the bit with H-Bomber guy. Yes. Here it is. I skipped over this part, but watch it.
Deus Ex Human Revolution is pretty good. It's fun. Yeah. I have a tendency to make videos about things I either really love or really hate, so just to clear up any potential confusion here, this game is fine. Good job, guys. I'm about to spend, oh my god, complaining about it, but I need to say, this was the first game by a new studio, and it was being made while they were being bought out by Square Enix, by a team that had never previously worked on any games even remotely like Deus.
Oh yeah, that's an important thing to point out. The studio developing this was kind of bleeped over by the fact that they were dealing with so much like corporate turmoil while this was happening.
I might not think the game is perfect, but it is a genuine achievement that it's this good. So why am I talking about it then? That's a good question. Me? Well, here's the thing. The original Deus Ex belonged to a special subgenre of games named the immersive sim. In a sentence, immersive sims are games that feel just that little bit more like worlds you're taking part in. They prioritize the player's freedom to choose how to solve problems, and then dealing with the consequences of those choices, and being able to find creative and unexpected solutions, often ones the developers themselves hadn't thought of, by being built in a way that could respond well to player creativity. There's a lot of different ways you can define an immersive sim, but there's only one real one. Can you solve a problem intended to be solved with a gun by stacking a bunch of boxes and going over it? In the late 90s and early 2000s, immersive sims were coming out fairly often, and people still look back fondly on many of those games. But then, almost overnight, they disappeared. An entire genre of games basically died out for years. But a couple of years back, we started to get more of them again, and they're amazing and beautiful, and a lot like the games that people remember. Human Revolution is a fascinating orphan of history. It came out between the two golden ages of the immersive sim, when this type of game wasn't considered popular or profitable enough. So while they were making it, the team made a lot of changes to try and make it a bit like other games people liked at the time, trying to streamline it and make it more accessible for a console audience. I'll give you 3 guesses why they decided the game needed third-person cover shooting, and at the time of release, people seemed happy with its compromises. But the thing about immersive sims is, they were already great, and didn't need changing. Recent games like the new Prey have proven immersive sims barely need to change.
Okay, so it seems like I accidentally skipped past the bit I wanted to show. I am sorry about that.
In the background of their game. Deus Ex used to be a series that criticized the bizarre machinations of corporations so big no one knows who they're working for, where intellectual property and brand management mattered more than people, a world where one company can own half your childhood. a system governed more by tax incentives and corporate subsidies than people. It asked important questions about the future of mankind, about who wielded power over others, and what their interests really were. A story sometimes so accurate in its guesses, it seems less fictitious now than ever. But then, many years and corporate acquisitions later, comes Deus Ex: Human Revolution, the game that dares to ask the question, what if we had robot arms?
And that's basically the point of this game. It's just like, what if augmentation? It doesn't really have anything good to say about it. They make up weird slurs for cyborgs. It's just silly. Whirly Kiwi says, problem with cybernetic enhancement shouldn't be prosthetics take away your soul. It should be your right arm and left lung are owned by Microsoft, and they're ending support for both next week. Absolutely. I talked about this in my Taurus world, my Taurus idea, where, like, could you imagine the horror of, like, yeah, you have a cybernetic right arm, and it's being repossessed because you failed to make your monthly payment. Like, that's horrifying. That's real cyberpunk. Part of the reason I don't like cyberpunk is that there's an incentive to not get into like the really, really dark stuff that a cyberpunk world would have to have. And at that point, it kind of stops being cyberpunk because it becomes so depressing no one wants to play it. Anyway, this video is pretty good. Talks about what Deus Ex went wrong. And I think it kind of touches on like really amazing famous games, you know, Deus Ex, Fallout New Vegas, even talks about Prey. No. Well, yeah, kind of. That one's a bit weird. But it talks about how, like, sometimes there's these old games and people don't really understand why they were great. So a company gets the IP ownership, they remake it, and they just make a worse version of it. It's interesting, but it's kind of awful. All right. Number 3, the third best video essay. Oh, hold on. Krista says, the corporations not just working together for their shared interests is one of the most unrealistic tropes of cyberpunk. Absolutely. I still have not seen Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I've heard it's great. It's made by Studio Trigger. But I don't like Cyberpunk 2077. I don't like the world. It just makes no sense. Like, it's like a libertarian fantasy. It doesn't make sense. And so it fundamentally affects how much I can get into the world. Krista says monopolies would definitely form. Yeah, absolutely. Or at least some type of like consortium where like, this is what the Outer Worlds does. This is why I think the Outer Worlds is a bit more clever than people give it credit for. The Outer Worlds has like a solar system full of a bunch of different corporations that own different parts of your lives. But the idea that the corporations are competing is actually kind of a farce. They're all owned by one megacorp and they just kind of compete internally as much as the megacorp allows them to, which I feel like is a more realistic take on the idea. All right. Number 3, third best video essay is our popcorn movia dystopia, aka Some More News the Movie. So I talked about some more, Krista says, interesting concept, thank you. I talked about Some More News before because they had a Marvel video. This, in my opinion, is the best video Some More News ever made. Cody Johnston really, really went all out here. And I think to be able to fully appreciate it, you need to at least be familiar with some of his previous work. Just, you know, making the Some More News YouTube channel that goes over different like news subjects for like an hour at a time. He's like a video essayist, except it's more like a news show. So it's kind of like a mixture of Lindsay Ellis and The Majority Report. But this video genuinely emotionally affects me, and it's really long. So I hope I can give you guys a good explanation for why. But we'll see. I'll play a bit of it. Goof. It's the Blade Runner intro. So again, normally he would be talking about some news thing right now. This was at the height of the pandemic when things had gotten pretty bad, and honestly, they're kind of maybe worse today. But this video is still great.
Hey.
Yeah. Huh, Katie. What's up with you?
Not much. I'm a cameo today. That's fun. Heard there might be some others, but this just in. We're already rolling, Cody, so maybe it's time to do the news?
Yeah, you're right. The news. Here's some news. Well, there's an election coming up in which America will decide between a 77-year-old white man who had a hand in crafting and ruling the society that ended up electing a fascist, and a 74-year-old white man who's a fascist and openly endorsed police executions, and who's so incompetent that a global pandemic has now killed at least 220,000 people in America. Also, I forgot about the disasters, of course. I'm sorry. Let's not forget about the continuously increasingly more obvious increasing of the temperature of the planet, and storms, and fires. And why can't there be storms during fires? That could do it. Somebody invent that for society. Which, oh yeah, here's some more news. The end of the world. Save the post office, ban money, and that's the news. Despair.
So you can see why I like this video, right? It really touches on like doomerism and despair, nihilism, but not just regular nihilism, but nihilism as a result of caring about the world, caring about people, wanting things to get better. He does this news show every day or every week or whatever, and it's just it gets to you. It gets depressing. It's awful. There's so much terrible stuff in the world. That's what this video is about.
To be, I'd shower, or like another human being in my proximity, and perhaps a nice backdrop. We don't even have our good backdrop. Remember when we had like a studio and lights and working toilets and a single other person in the room?
Cody, do I need to fix your toilet?
Sure, yeah. No, I'll get a plumber, or learn to plumb. Let's, I don't know, we'll watch the Super Mario Brothers movie and wait for death, or something death-like, death adjacent, if you will. Plumbing adjacent. You know, I'm just gonna do that. You guys can stay here if you want and like follow along. I don't care.
He just
Cody,
leaves to go watch the Super Mario movie.
Cody, did you cut out? Cody, hey, can you hear me? Cody. All right, I guess I'll just go get wasted.
Can anyone hear me? It's me! It's your Cody. Listen to me. It's very important. I do not know if you can hear me. I don't know if the device still works. But if you can hear me, it's extremely important that you warn the Cody of the past yestertimes. Or as my people call it...
So it's future Cody. It's him from the future.
The Timer-Rooney Yesterdoodles. He's going down a dangerous path. Tell him from me. Leave a comment or like and subscribe and pass on my warning so that... You know, something or other. Some kind of high stakes, right? For the movie. We're doing a movie, folks. This is a movie. And I'm the only character who knows that. And yeah, so like, let's say there's high stakes about the future, I say. And cue the music. And look at this thing I got. And we have cameos, hopefully. Actually, let's write a line for a cameo and see who we can get.
Hey, Brayden, your mom told me you...
That we all know and love. And maybe try to make it about the news or something, Paul. Can I call you Paul? Anyway, Paul, let's talk about this Bob Hoskins classic. And not like... all those other looming and terrible things. Okay, can you give me this? Okay, consider it a day off. So here's what the film Super Mario Brothers, a film we all know and love, is about.
A long time ago, the Earth was ruled by dinosaurs. They were big, so not a lot of people...
Okay, that's not helpful, actually. So we got our plumber heroes, Mario, and Luigi Mario. The Mario Brothers, being plumbers in New York.
Their last names aren't Mario. That's a misconception.
Getting their plumbing gigs, like, scooped from them? Because that's how plumbing works. We call two different plumbers and have them race to the job. And then they meet Daisy, an NYU archaeology student who never had parents.
Skip ahead a little bit.
Ain't got no water anywhere. Who's there? So there. I know resources. Crazy super. All because of the evil king.
You know the Lord told. Hey, wait a minute. You can't what the galaxy. Classic Mario, folks. We love it. We love Mario. So Mario and Luigi Mario go to jail for interfering with the arrest, where they are promptly mock executed before being thrown into a literal cage.
What's that? What's that? What? Oh my God. Oh no.
I have to...
You know that level. The mock execution level of Mario? This is when they meet King Koopa, the ruthless leader played by Dennis Hopper with a ridiculous haircut.
Boys, sit down. House prison.
You might recognize this man.
Yeah. Look at that germaphobe. Just a fascist leader with the hair who hates germs. That's right! It's him! We can't escape him. I tried. Even in the classic and beloved Super Mario Brothers movie.
So, the bit here is that Cody tries to escape reality by watching a bunch of movies. Super Mario Bros. Is the first one he watches. But then he goes and he starts trying to watch some other movies. There's like Max Headroom. There's this time travel plot line where he talks to his past self too while watching and talking about movies.
I'm back, slut brain! Why are you so mean to me? Listen, shut up. I have another idea, all right? Remember how I said that Trump is president and everything is bad right now?
Yeah, it was a rather shocking detail you just kind of breezed past.
Well, I need you to shut up and stop Trump from winning the election by just tweeting as hard as you can about it. Tweet like there's no goddamn tomorrow. Can you do that?
What? Hold on. If he's as bad as you say he is, as bad as Trump would obviously be because he's, well, I mean, why can't the Democrats just impeach him?
Cody, I really need you to not ask shitty questions right now.
Oh, oh goodness. Sorry, that one hurt. Because we know how useless impeachment turned out to be.
The bad guy with the skull on his hat is all like, are we the baddies? It was about the re-education where Hillary won.
Powerless and...
Everyone in the Hunger Games knows that the Hunger Games suck. All the way to a borderline...
So this video is a meta-analysis of dystopian movies. It's an example of how the future we got, the one with Trump as president, with fascism running amok, the world dying due to climate change, we have predicted this. There are several movies in here, Super Mario Bros. Being one of them, but many other ones. There are many of them where we just literally have a character inspired by Donald Trump. There's one in Sesame Street. He's called Donald Grump. Like, everyone knew Trump was a bad man. Everyone knew, that like RoboCop, everyone knew cops had the potential to go be terrible. Everyone with, the disasters, tornado, storm movies, Blade Runner, like, we all saw this coming. These were dark predictions of the future. I think Cyberpunk back in the 80s was a bit more forgivable for its optimism because they didn't know how bad things were going to get. So this meta-analysis shows us that in many ways, like, we all knew. Like, this is one of the reasons why I think people that support Trump, the Trump supporters, I don't think they're, like, fools. I don't think they're just, like, people that were tricked into it. They know he's evil. That's why they like him. It's vice signaling. They like how bad he is. They know he's bad. Everyone told them he was bad. Everyone knew he's a real estate mogul. Who likes real estate moguls? No one does. His entire point on The Apprentice was that he fired people in a very mean way. The whole point is he's a bad person. They like bad people.
The working man, wrench in hand, leading the people to revolution. And when the dust settles, he hands the reins back to the fungus whose fault everything was, and who in this situation didn't actually do anything beyond be a rope. Saying trust the fungus instead of use the mushroom is just some more spore propaganda meant to pacify the people and subconsciously remove the idea that they have agency in society changing or in the ways that it can change.
I really love the whole like time travel alternate timeline gimmick he uses in the video to like talk with himself. And I think it's also really cool to like talk with your past self about the way the future turned out to be.
Screw this noise. I'm switching to Bill and Ted mode, where everything is predestined. No, I seem to remember that being a bad idea, where we collapse all the multiverses. Don't do that! Absolutely fucked if I can, you cuck! I'm gonna totally trigger you by breaking time! Breaking time! Breaking time! Breaking time! Breaking time! And here's some news.
I'm British. What's the news?
Then we have alternate timelines.
Welcome to the news. We're gonna read some news to you. Yeah.
On top story, helping and steering is good! Unless you're an adult and then it's bad, I guess. Anyway, here's some Elmo news.
Oi! Welcome to a right good spot of news.
Remember her?
I'm British Cody, but a different kind of British than the previous British Codys you've seen thus far. Our top story, today in West Hampshire upon Bedstmumnin, Her Majesty the Queen was quite knackered and in a bit of a bodger-wobbly fell asleep on the loo, leaving us all chuffed to bits. Meanwhile, across the pond in America, cheeseburgers!
As if we owe him anything. Whereas we've got somebody like
Cody.
Michael Bloomberg, who's like, I mean, he's put in the time. He ran like
Post will likely face a punishment of 50 mallets to the skull.
Beat Mac Liverpool this week, when met Paul Pogba.
Tis the cruelty be the point of this apart.
Well, I do not need whatever this is. Is your name Cody? Cody Johnston? Yeah, I got something for you. Dear past Cody, if my calculations are correct, I wiped out all of Canada. In time, future Cody. And there's just a bunch of crude drawings. Okay, just one question. Shoot, why do you have a Hitler mustache? Why do people keep calling it that? This is clearly a Chaplin mustache. Wait, did you not have a Hitler in your timeline? No, we had one, he just didn't have a mustache. Oh, so you're from a world where the Chaplin mustache is still popular? Oh, no, not at all. It's actually pretty frowned upon after Chaplin wiped out all of Canada. Anyway, gotta go. Hail Chaplin. That was a lot to take.
Okay, so I'm going to get here to the point of the video. He talks about the movie Tomorrowland, which was very, very different for a dystopian movie. And unfortunately, because of copyright, I can't really play the clips of it. But Tomorrowland, the movie, I definitely think is a good watch. It's not a perfect movie, but I think it's a very good movie to watch to counter nihilism.
I think people responded to the prospect of imminent doom.
In the movie, this group of people, these academic geniuses in Tomorrowland, find out the world's going to end. And so they tell the whole world. The world does not respond well.
They gobbled it up like a chocolate eclair. They didn't fear their demise. They repackaged it. It can be enjoyed as video games, as TV shows, books, movies. The entire world wholeheartedly embraced the apocalypse and sprinted towards it with gleeful abandon.
Instead of helping, the people of Tomorrowland have decided to abandon the rest of the world, building a sort of dimensional wall, if you will, to keep out the undesirables, fortifying their privileged life in anticipation of a disaster. And then it turns out that the only way to stop it is to destroy the time machine. Because as we learn, it's the feedback loop that's the problem, the cynicism causing the disaster, and the willingness of the younger generation to actually try and change the future is the thing that changes the future.
This is why I feel like the idea of like video games don't cause violence is a bit simplistic. Like obviously just saying that video games make people violent is also simplistic, right? But fiction's a bit more complicated than that. Like, yeah, I think there is a point to saying that, you know, for 40 years, having a bunch of doomsday dystopian movies does feed people into a mindset that doomsday is all we can expect. You can't get a better future unless you have hope to achieve it. And that's kind of what this movie is about. And that's kind of what this video is about. It's the arc that Cody goes through. This nihilism, doomerism of everything being terrible in 2020. And realizing that it's not that you have to be unrealistically hopeful for the world. The world is still terrible, but it's still good to hope. You have to be able to fight for something better or you're not going to get it. Maybe you never see it. Maybe you die, you know, but it's, I think, better to die trying to either make the world a better or just hoping, you know, than just dying resigned, bitter, and nihilistic about it all.
The Hitler mustache guy, that wasn't a great move. In the face of overwhelming science and children that we have to drag with us towards progress, and when we do find solutions to things like climate change, to kids, and in the film, they actually step aside and give control to the next generation. Super Mario Brothers! It's like the end of the world, and we need to panic a little bit about that, but then use that panic to do the work to fix it, no matter how many dipshits get in our way. And we humans are good at that. So ultimately, we have nothing to fear, especially fear itself. We like fear. Fear is how we solve this. So of course, I'm gonna just tweet as hard as I can to do my part in tweeting. Gotta tweet, always tweet. I mentioned the new Bill and Ted.
The joke there is that tweeting is obviously not sufficient, but it's not really about the specific actions you can take, especially when, like, the law is increasingly being weaponized against legal actions. So, yeah.
Ted earlier, which, and again, spoilers, ends on the revelation that it's not Bill or Ted who possesses the ability to fix the future, but rather their two kids. And in the film, they actually step aside and give control to the next generation, while still supporting their instincts and decisions. As Kristen Schall's character says at one point,
well, I'm trying to save the world too, Mother. Not like your generation's done that great.
They don't trust the fungus. They trust Daisy. Or in terms of Tomorrowland, it's the Zoomer kid's optimism. Not her ability to solve the problem, but her willingness to seek a solution. The important part of that solution, aside from, like, that Word movie Generations talks about, and the older generation giving up their stranglehold on power, is that everyone is on the same page, playing the same song, which turns out to be the goal of Bill and Ted. The song isn't what unites the world. It's the fact that the world unites over the goal of playing the song, in the same key, tools in hand, led by the kids, the youth. So I guess, watch Bill and Ted face the music. It's fun. You know, good work. The Bill and Ted writer, Ed Solomon, whose credits include Men in Black, the original Bill and Ted, and the Super Mario Brothers movie. Should have known.
Yeah. It's interesting seeing that the original Super Mario movie had a lot of ideas going into it. It almost could have been good. Anyway, this video is amazing. I think it's a really good antidote to despair and nihilism. Obviously, this was made in 2020, and things have gotten worse, but I like how Cody wasn't like, yeah, things are going to necessarily get better. He knew they were going to get worse. There was definitely a good chance of that. I think the Biden years were kind of just forestalling the inevitable in a way, unfortunately. Not necessarily inevitable, though, I shouldn't say that, but inevitable given how few people are trying to make the world better. All right, number 2, the second best video essay. Why you should still read Berserk. Berserk is a manga. It is the best manga. It is dark. It has horrible things in it, but it's also an example, one of the best examples, of how to use those horrible themes pretty effectively. There is so much media that just kind of rips off of Berserk. And this is a video after the creator of Berserk died, with Super Eye Patch Wolf saying why you should still read it, even if it will never be complete. It's a manga so good it doesn't need a hard ending.
Berserk began in 1989 in Monthly Animal House magazine, written and illustrated by Kentaro Miura, a man as talented as he was handsome. Berserk's first page showed its main character Guts having relations with a woman before she transforms into a horrifying demon thing, and Guts blasts her with his arm cannon. And that is a start, but out of this first page would grow an incredible story of struggle and survival, taking place in this massive world, churning with conflict, filled with characters so goddamn likable, nuanced, and complicated that I may or may not have had to insert a dating simulator section later into this video just to communicate their appeal. Berserk becoming so beloved that it defined Japanese dark fantasy. Do you like dark souls? Do you like ridiculously besworded sad boys? Well, buddy, you like Berserk. The series' influence only growing with the 1997 anime, which was really good. The 2012 film trilogy, which, if you ignore some of that 3D, is really good, as well as the 2016 television anime, which is... Overseas, however, it was kind of a different story. Berserk didn't get its first official Western release until 2000. with the Sega Dreamcast game Berserk Millennium Falcon Arc Chapter of the Flowers of Oblivion. But as early as 1994, people like Andrew from Kent State University were using Usenet profiles bellowing into the void that was the dial-up internet, desperate for any new information on Berserk and being met with only silence. Don't worry, Andrew, we are all here with you now, because Berserk's influence slowly began to spread as staticky VHS-ripped fan subs crawled across 56k modems. Pockets of online fans galvanizing into dedicated communities such as Black Sun over Midlands and SkullKnight.net. Communities that would both preempt and evolve into the massive dedicated global fan base that would stay loyal to Berserk through decades. Even when Berserk's later releases slowed to the point that Guts could spend 8 years, 6 months, and 18 days on a boat, it did not matter. Berserk's fan base did not wane, each new chapter becoming a news article worthy event. Because when you read a new chapter of Berserk, you weren't just catching up on some manga you liked, you were living the latest piece of Guts' beautiful, tragic story, taking one more step towards the fated day when the Black Swordsman Guts would take his vengeance against the Falcon of Light, Griffith, a day that would surely be celebrated and remembered forever, and mark Berserk as the greatest revenge story of all time. And then Kentaro Miura died, and that never happened.
So yeah, this video is kind of a tragedy of what never got to be. Because even without a proper ending, the manga is still amazing, and you should definitely read it if you're able to withstand harsh content. But you know, he talks it up anyway. Talks about why you should still engage with this piece of media. Talks about why it's amazing. The character of Griffith is particularly kind of chilling. He's used a lot in other pieces of fiction. And I really want to say why, but I'm not sure if I should spoil it.
In liquid, to his lips part, your hands shake, so his voice warm, serene, inviting. Who are you? This question concluded. You. Guts and Griffith care about each other. What little remain of the Hawk being led by Casca, own human. Think sensible Hawk, right?
So there's this whole thing where Griffith is like this knight in shining armor. He basically wants to have his own kingdom in this terrible, terrible world. He's like, trust me. I am the one authoritarian you can trust. I am the one king. I am the one noble, the one elf, the one heir, whatever high status thing you want to say, right? And Guts does. He's this big warrior. He trusts this man with his life. He will be the one good king. And leftists might see where this might go.
It's over.
Eventually, after Griffith starts doing a lot of politicking to try to get that dream come true, he ends up losing his edge, and Guts outfights him. Guts is able to stand in battle more than him. Griffith eventually starts failing without Guts by his side, and eventually he's lost everything, literally being like maimed in a dungeon somewhere, and Guts goes to rescue him because he loves him. He loves his boy.
Have been shattered, that Griffith is being held in a dungeon, and so he reunites with what little remain of the Hawk being led by Casca and launches a rescue for Griffith. But what they find is not the leader they remember. An entire year of torture has left Griffith withered and broken, his tongue cut out, his tendons slashed. He cannot hold a sword, he cannot stand, he cannot speak. All the beautiful things that this man was are gone. And think about that. Think about what that would be like.
And I don't want to get into it, but there's this thing where there's this entity called the God Hand, where you can do a ritual and basically give yourself over to it. And all the God Hand does is do what thou will. It's very eldritch. It's very unknowable. But the scary thing about it is this is a card that's just on the table that people can do. And only the worst people in the universe play this card.
If over the course of an entire year, you were to lose every part of what you are, to every day fall further and further from the dream you had pursued your entire life, and watch as these same people who once looked on you with awe and worship now only do so with a cruel kind of pity. Griffith can see what Casca and Guts have become to each other, but knows that Casca will stay loyal to him.
It's a love triangle, but a real one where all three of them have loved each other at different times.
And all his potential futures converge to one, him and Casca alone, living a small, quiet life growing old together, and all he has to do to obtain it is let go of his dream and embrace his own happiness with Casca. And it disgusts him. Griffith activates the Bayolet, triggering the eclipse, sacrificing to the God Hand every member of the Band of Hawk.
The eclipse is a nightmare. It is just sheer visceral horror in every form it exists. The comic, either of the two anime adaptations, or even the PS2 FMV cutscenes. It is the most broken, the most fucked up Berserk gets. Seriously, every content warning possible here. Because what you are watching is a man taking his own humanity and erasing it in the most vile and violent way possible. And one of the many upsetting parts about it is that you knew that Griffith could be capable of something like this. He has literally stood in front of you and told you. He has proven it.
That's one of the things I find most insidious about this. Have you ever been like cheated on or had a friend betray you and you're just completely blindsided? You're like, how could you? I loved you. I trusted you. How could you do this? I never thought you would do this. This isn't just bad. This isn't just you being mean to me. This is evil. I misunderstood who you were at your core. And then you think about it and you sleep on it and you think about it and you're like, no, this is who you were. I just couldn't see it for some reason. Why couldn't I see it? That's what gets me about this twist. And there's other parts of Berserk that are amazing he talks about, but that is the peak of Berserk. It is a big moment. I was hesitant to even talk about or show it or spoil it, but like, that should show you why Berserk is amazing and why this video of Super Eye Patch Wolf passionately talking about it is also amazing. The best video essays are just going to be really good video essays on a subject that is already itself very good. All right, so we're almost here. Now, you'll notice here on my top 60, I have a number 0. And the reason for this is I put my videos, Homestuck is Good Actually, and the Ultimate Homestuck Recap on here. The reason I did that is because I decided to give a crack at making a video essay, and personally, I know that people are going to say, oh, this is arrogant, this is conceit. Look, I think I did a great job. I have watched these videos dozens of times. I love them. I think I wouldn't have made it if I didn't think it was going to be amazing. I wouldn't have put 2 years of my life into these videos if I didn't think they were going to be videos so good as to be worth it. I didn't want to shoot for anything less than the stars, and I think I did. But Kira says I can't put my own video as number 1 on the top 60 video essays. So fine, it's number 0. You happy, Kira? You happy? You happy about that? It's number 0. Worldly Kiwi says, I used to have a Posadas phase when I was like a teen and low-key reverted to it a day after my breakup. That hit close to home, but now I cringe at myself when I remember it, lol. Yeah, it's a bit of an ideological bent to it. It might make it a little bit, different or whatnot, but yeah, I can understand, I think you learn a lot about yourself when people betray you. You learn about how you respond to that betrayal. Maybe you learn a bit more about yourself, but you also, I think, learn a bit about the person who betrayed you. And hopefully you'll learn to maybe not ignore the red flags in the future. That's what I hope, to be honest. I have been betrayed numerous times. Well, the Kiwi says, sorry if it sounds like I was venting out of nowhere. It wasn't my intention. Oh, no worries. Just, yeah, no, it's fine. Not everyone's experiences are going to map perfectly. Anyway, so Krista says, I did like your video for what it's worth. Thank you. All right. See, we have another vote for best video ever. All right. Thank you. All right. But not counting my video, number 0, it's grayed out, no ranking, not counting it. Let's do the best video on YouTube, the best video essayists, the best media analysis, the best video that's somewhat political, maybe kind of. The number 1 video essay is The Cruelest Video Game. Much like with Berserk, much like with Gantz, this is going to have trigger warnings for basically everything. Sorry, edgy media is great when done well. This is about fear and hunger. Fear and Hunger is genuinely an amazing game. I would put it in the category of like Dark Souls, as in amazing games that you don't necessarily want to play because they are so brutal. They are punishing. It's like Pathologic. They are a pain to get through. But Super Eye Patch Wolf talks about this game and what it's amazing. Talks about it so you don't have to play it. And you know what? I've watched playthroughs of people playing it. It's an amazing game. I have not myself played it because I have not wanted to go through that level of torture, so I just watched other people. But it's genuinely an amazing and fascinating game. And this video is the best. Talking about the game is the best video. And I hope you can take my word for that. And I'm like, oh, you're just being biased about Fear. Fallout New Vegas is my favorite video game. That is my favorite game to play. It is number 7. The video covering it is number 7 on my list. This is not my favorite video game, but there is interest here. This is my favorite video because it talks about something really interesting, and it talks about it from Super Eye Patch Wolf, who, as you can tell, is top ranking on my list. He is an amazing video essayist. His way of narrativizing and storytelling is just genuinely amazing. So, I'm going to get into it. There's gore, there's rape, other stuff like that.
Here is how an early run of Fear and Hunger may go for you. You begin in the game's opening courtyard, and with the sound of barking ringing ominously in the distance, you enter the dungeon of Fear and Hunger. After a few moments of eerie silent
the music is amazing.
You encounter and are pursued by a massive ogre who traps you in battle before immediately cutting off your left arm. You are asked to predict a coin toss, which you fail.
The combat system in this game is so nightmarish. It's so realistic in how nightmarish it is.
Resulting in your character being beaten into unconsciousness. But this is not game over. No. You awaken to the smell of rotting flesh, now missing every limb except your right arm, which you use to drag your destroyed body along with, emerging in a corridor of decaying corpses. You scramble in the darkness for something, anything, and unfortunately for you, you find it. You have a bad feeling about this. You encounter a grotesque floating head. He laughs at you, he mocks you, he begins chanting, and suddenly, he is no longer what concerns you, because out of the darkness behind him, something is approaching. Some gigantic being is drawing closer and closer every turn. You attack. It does nothing. You beg. It does nothing. Finally, the creature looms over you. You are crushed with great pressure. The first time this happened to me, I thought, wow, this broken game.
So yeah, like that's literally an actual playthrough. He is not joking. There's choices you make in the game, so maybe that's not how things work out for you, but that could legitimately be someone's first experience playing the game if things just go really poorly for you, and they probably will the first time you play. I'm going to skip ahead just to see some other things he talks about the game, but I love this game. I love this video. It's hard not to just gush.
I hate a small of its mysteries.
It's one of those just like indie games that just got really well known because it did some really cool stuff. And it kind of copies from Berserk, to be honest, which is not great, but like it still does something cool with it.
But I promise, obstacle punishment is the...
There's a lot of needless nudity, which is kind of strange. I'm not against it, but like it does make it a bit more difficult to show and talk about.
the dungeon. Sound of a failed run, of lost progress, and still no direction, just you and the dungeon's gaping abyss. What could possibly go wrong? You are immediately mauled to death by a pack of ravenous dogs. Hear that knocking sound? Because of that, this is where we have a viable way to survive the dogs that you can now use in every playthrough moving forward. Oh god, no! What? Where's the... But how am I supposed to... No, piece of shit! Yeah, see, while the structure of Fear and Hunger's larger map stays the same, the subsections of that map switch between different handcrafted layouts, meaning even the shit you can rely on, you cannot rely on. The dogs feel so random and unfair and cruel, and I really couldn't blame someone for walking away at this point. But remember when I said there was no tutorial in Fear and Hunger? There actually is, and it's already started. You just don't know it yet. See, while the main entrance will nearly always result in a conflict with the dogs, there's actually this sneaky little side passage, and while it's nowhere near as inviting as the main gate, it leads down into a set of dark stairs that the dogs will not follow you down.
Yeah, so the main entrance is a trap. You're supposed to find a different way in. I love this. I've talked before about how like Outer Wilds is one of the best games ever, just because it has this like knowledge concept of where like you get better at the game by learning how to get better at the game. Fear and Hunger is like that, except you're being tortured the entire time, which I think kind of adds a little bit more stakes to it.
And this is your reliable path forward. That is a...
Like, you could tell if someone boots up the game and they go in the front gate, you can pretty reliably, unless they're using some other strategies or something, you can pretty reliably be like, oh, yeah, you're new to this game, aren't you? That's not what you're supposed to do.
Much bigger deal than it sounds. But for now, to learn about Fear and Hunger's combat, the central mechanic of which is its own individual turn, meaning you're not fighting one enemy, but several. This applies to every enemy in the game. Your options being to attack each of the octopus's limbs one by one, or go straight for the head and knock that fucker out. This is the correct option, unless you're playing as the Dark Priest, whose weak little arms can't even land a proper kill shot. Upon defeating your first tentacled monster, you will gain something that will change your entire perspective of Fear and Hunger. Nothing! No items, no experience, no level up.
That to me is insane. Most RPG games, they have leveling up, you get stronger, there's experience, even if you don't get loot, but although also there's often loot, money, star points, whatever, but you also get experience. So no matter how trivial the fight, you'll get one experience. Killing things, murdering is always beneficial. And in a game where there's so much brutality and gore and death and you get murdered all the time, murdering gives you nothing except survival. That is all it does. You don't get any intrinsic reward. You never level up. You never just have a stat go up for some reason. Your pathetic stacks you have at the beginning of the game, you keep them unless you find a concrete way to boost them, like better armor, better weapon, that type of thing. There are like perks, I guess, by doing dark rituals, so there is that, but like they're not exactly easy to do.
Unlike practically every other game with RPG, and it does allow the game to, but it takes, I like to do it like this.
So he's talking about how the ogres are really hard to kill, the guards. So here's how he decides to kill them. By not even fighting them. I love that.
Let me tell you a little story.
I love villains, bad guys in games that you're just not supposed to fight.
You will get backed with a failure resulting in this escape.
All right.
You'll be left with a character with all the advantages of Knight, but who can move at double speed, hit harder, and creativity in. Failure to do so in the wrong area, meaning you'll be left scrambling. The second step, frightening, but limbs out and caressing you. But then out of it rises this ethereal voice that sounds just a little of ancients. In it, you can hear a familiar noise. Is only further horror.
This all combines to make
Okay,
Fear and Hunger
this is a really cool part. I
goddamn
gotta show you.
masterclass in anxiety and dread. But there is one part of this game where that dread spirals into flat out terror. It is 2 a.m. I am sitting alone on me and my wife's queen-sized bed, playing Fear and Hunger on my Steam Deck. I'm exploring an area I'd been through half a dozen times, when suddenly...
That is a horrifying message to get in this game. It is horrifying. Everything else you've seen, and now true terror enters.
I'd seen this message before, and by now assumed it was just the game trying to fuck with me. I ignore it and go about my business when... Hey, wait, I've never seen that enemy before. What is the... Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus! Oh, sweet Jesus! Oh God, what is happening? Oh my God! This run-devouring monstrosity is the Crow Mauler, a creature who takes inspiration very directly from Silent Hill 2's Pyramid Head. In fact, there's a lot of references in Fear and Hunger, which I don't really get anything out of, but depending on how much you enjoyed the Super Mario movie, you might. Pyramid Head was in...
That was a low blow, but okay. So yeah, the Crow Mauler is devastating. He has an attack that just basically rips off the head of one of your companions. Or you, if you're unlucky. He also has an attack that blinds you. He has an AoE attack. He has a maul attack. It's just, he is no joke.
Leaving them permanently debuffed. He can rip out their eyes, causing them to go blind. Pray this does not happen to your main character. And most frighteningly of all, his peck attack will, without a coin toss, kill one of your party members. Encounters with the Crow Mauler are nightmares, massacres. It's just part of my brain. It's easy to be 12 this Friday at 1 p.m. I started with the night into a the guard go back.
Okay, so the main quest you're doing is there's this guy, Griffith, basically, who has been taken into the dungeon, and you are there to rescue him. There's 4 different players you can choose to be, 2 different characters, and they all have different reasons for doing so. So that's your mission. You go down there, you get him out. You have an actual time limit. He has 30 minutes until he bleeds to death. He's being tortured. So that's your mission. You can try to do it. You either get there in time and save him, or you don't. You get a different ending.
Mauler never felt more than a few steps away until finally we reached the game's opening courtyard. My party beaten and broken and missing limbs, but alive. We had made it, and I felt genuine happiness for them. Both they and I had escaped the dungeon of fear and hunger.
Whirly Kiwi says Crow Mauler kinda. Kinda what, Kiwi, huh? Kinda what? Oh, sorry, I peeked there a little bit.
I had beaten the game. Only... Why did Lagarde go back? What was that weird moment after you rescue him where he glances up a hallway that we don't need to go down? Well, it didn't matter. What matters is I was now free. My life was mine again to enjoy the sun and the grass and the supermarket. Maybe if I cook a delicious enough meal, my wife will come back. No, I don't want to go back. No. I began a new playthrough of Fear and Hunger. And the class I picked was the Dark Priest. Oh, God damn it. Okay, the Dark Priest is the worst character in the game until you realize that you can use necromancy to resurrect ghouls and skeletons who join your party, fitting them out with all the armor and weapons you are too weak to carry. But the real brain explosion moment came when I entered an altar and was given the unusual option to show love to my zombie servant. They started to liquefy, merging, ceasing to be 2 separate beings but becoming one. Marriage, the brand new character class who could use the spells of the necromancer, wield the armor and weapons of the night.
Yeah, so you can't level up, but you can do a sex ritual and fuse with another being to become one. Like, oh my goodness, this game is just about finding out how to win. You have to find the answers. You have to play the game.
With an even greater offense than the Outlander, able to break down doors in a single swing, I started to feel unstoppable, using everything I'd learned to lay waste to this dungeon, that same euphoria roaring back, but stronger now. Again, I rescued Lagarde, but this time I went north at the place he hesitated, only to be met with a giant locked door. But how do I get it? Wait a minute, I had never figured out what that strange artifact was in the weird racist village from a previous run, and maybe, yes, unload your secrets upon me, game, and here I would come to learn something terrifying. This was Fear and Hunger's halfway point. Once again, I watched as the game
Orly Kiwi says they looked at Steven Universe's fusion, saw horror potential. I can respect that. Yeah, I can see that. But come on, like, he's done so much, and this is the halfway point of the game.
Destroyed my expectations of it, because you see, somehow, beneath everything else I had overcome was now a giant ancient city filled with the carcasses of gods and enemies so unfathomable and terrifying. I died over and over and over, yet I could not stop. Over and over, I hurled myself against this place, but it was never enough. My party was not strong enough. I became obsessed, crawling through my memories of this game, desperate for something, anything, and that's when I remembered that door in the basement at the beginning of the game. What had it said? What type of key did I need? Oh Jesus! Oh God, no! Not that! Anything but that! Anything but him!
They give you an impossible enemy to kill, and they tell you to kill it. If you want to get further, you have to have figured out some way to kill him by now. And there are. It seems like there aren't at first when you first fight him. It seems like he's just an insta-kill. You don't want to fight him. But then the game goes further and tells you to fight him, and it's just, it's chilling.
After many hours of experimenting, I defeated the Crow Mauler. I claimed my...
The strategy, by the way, is you want to go against him with a full party, and you want to have some of your members immediately go to decapitate his maul, or sorry, dismember his maul, and then you want to also, you want to blind him by throwing darts into his eyes. Or no, darts, I forget what the blinding eye. You want to blind him by throwing something into his eyes, and then also you want to poison him and just have the poison damage kill him for you while everyone else is healing. That's how you have to do it. And just hope that in that time he never manages to hit you.
A prize of the miasma sword, a blade so powerful that it threatened to drive my party insane, and still its power was not enough. Still, the game rejected me, and that's when it happened. See, remember that floating head encounter at the beginning of the game? This is Nashra, and I developed quite a fascination for him. Whenever I'd get the Gore Corridor cutscene, I'd return to him, trying to glean what little information I could before being crushed to death. But that's when I discovered that by carrying the Cube of the Depths as well as the Eclipse Talisman obtained by talking to the Eastern Priests, Nashra can join your party. And so with him, combined with the strength of the miasma sword, combined with the strength of marriage, I smashed my way through to the end game. I lay siege to the ancient city, decapitating its gods, emptying it of its secrets, until I stood before the throne of Ascension, facing its final god in one last terrible battle where all my party members were killed, and me, without healing items and only 2 HP remaining,
I struck the final blow. I sat upon the throne of ascension. I had done it. I had beaten fear and the game was not over. I was transported to some ancient, primordial, and terrifying place, haunted by things beyond human experience. I stumbled blindly and in fear. Once again, the game reduced me to a small...
After all the power he's acquired, he's been reduced to this. Just the power scaling in this game because of the way the knowledge works. It's just insane.
Terrified, coward, this playthrough had lasted nearly 3 hours. I was exhausted, but surely just a little more and I could be free of this awful place. And that's when I stood before some ancient, glowing abyss. When out of it rose some impossible eldritch being, older than time,
Sylvia.
older than space, more powerful than both. And I knew this was it. This was the game's final boss. And beyond it lay freedom. And so, with the knowledge of everything I had lost, every death that had come before me, I stepped forward and faced this impossible god in a primordial battle that would determine both our fate.
Yeah, he didn't stand a chance. So I hope you can get an idea of why this game, but also why the video about the game is great. Super Eye Patch Wolf is an amazing storyteller. He is the ultimate hype man. He can tell you why some niche thing you've never heard of is secretly amazing. And this is him before he even finished the game. After this, he then live streamed him playing it, and there is a specific bit where he tries to fight a secret final boss. Here, let me just find it real quick. Yeah, full playlist here. All right, let me just find it real quick. Yes. Okay. I think this is it.
Good morning, gamer.
All right. I just want to show you the bit where he goes against... That was Sylvian, one of the old gods. There is another in the game you can find. Okay. So, this is a different playthrough. He goes with a different team, and he's going to, like, explain himself. This isn't part of the video essay, but, again, I just... You know, it's so cool, the game, and him playing it, the way he engages in it, the way he talks about this. He put Fear and Hunger on the map with the way he talked about it. Other people have talked about it, other people have played it, but he's the one who made it big, and deservedly so.
I'll be back very soon. Okay. Okay.
He's using a censorship mod if you're wondering why there's a bunch of pine cones.
Everything in allies. We got John Cena, the motherfucking superstar cannibal who devours everything in his wake. We have the Moondog, Moonless, a wizard, a literal canine wizard. Most dogs can't even fucking read. This dog learned magic. She learned magic. We have Casca. And what more could you possibly want from Casca, from the dream girl everyone desires, but the strongest, coolest person ever. And then finally, we have our insurance policy, we have the heater, we have the character that literally guarantees victory.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Nashra is immortal. He can't die. When he goes to 0 hit points, he stays up. There's a scene where you go to meet one of the new gods, and Nashra burns him alive. Nashra loves burning people alive. It's just a thing he does. He's basically a cast out new god. That's why he's just ahead and he's still alive, because he can't die normally.
Nashra. With those 4 allies at my back, I cannot fail. Grogorath, you better fucking run, cause the final gamer approaches!
So he's going to face the old god of destruction and pain.
Now I have to start the game back up, because I had to close it, so we take a look into the black. Oh god, oh, that's not good. Nashra. Yes! Kira! Grogorath! You nasty, vile piss stain. This is the day. This is the day. What? Wait, no, chat!
That was his insurance policy. He was bringing an immortal, and a bigger immortal killed the littler immortal.
Not the time for subscriptions, chat! That power, he's not.
So he goes to fight him, and the fight starts with literally, you have 5 turns to live. Krista says, I hate when this happens. Tuesdays, right? Yeah, Tuesdays when you have 5 turns to live. It's a shame when that happens.
Down. Oh my.
And it's a beat down.
Slight.
There's a reason this isn't the final video. He has to try again. He doesn't make it. I think I should also mention, just while I'm covering this, Fear and Hunger has a sequel. There is a second one called Fear and Hunger Termina. I think it's also amazing. It's not really finished, and so it's a bit of a struggle to talk about because it's just not finished. But even in its unfinished state, I think it is comparable to the first game. If you like the first one, check out the second one. It has a lot more features, a lot more characters. There's even a trans occultist woman you can play as named Marina, and she is amazing. There's also Olivia, who will kill people with a shotgun in a wheelchair, and she's also awesome. There's a lot of cool people. I do feel like way too many people pick Marco, this guy. He's like the toughest boxer character you could play as. So when you see people playing as him, it's kind of a hint they're not very good at the game because they picked who they thought was the easiest character. It ends up being kind of the simplest one to use. But, yeah, a lot of cool stuff here. Fear and Hunger is a great video game series. Check it out if you are willing to stomach it. If you like Dark Souls, you will like it. If you don't like Dark Souls, I don't think you're going to like it because it's even more than Dark Souls. But the video of the coolest video game that Super Eyepatch Wolf did to introduce me to it, introduce a lot of people to it, this, in my opinion, was the best video essay. This is the best video on YouTube. If I could only show people one YouTube video, and I couldn't show them my own, then I would show them this one. It is just genuinely amazing. And I recommend you guys to check it out. I even did a tab over here where I tried ranking the creators by the number of times they were on my list. And if we go by top place, then, Super Eyepatch Wolf, by nature of being in the top place, obviously he ranks #1. This just kind of is a linear order of the list. If we do it by frequency, how many times they appear on the list, well, he still wins because he had a lot of videos on my list. But you can see Philosophy Tube gets cranked up a lot higher because she made so many good videos. Whereas other people like Narni, Jenny, and Pixel, they get a bit lower because they're only on my list once or twice. However, I decided to try to rank it by score, where I took every video and I'm like, all right, 100 minus the number, that's your score, basically. So, this one would be a paltry 40. This one would be a 100, roughly. And I decided to rank that. That way, Super Eyepatch Wolf got here multiple times. That matters. Some more news only got here twice, but they were both pretty high up. That might matter too. And so this is the score I came up with. no matter how I tried to rank it, no matter what I did, whether it was by top place, by frequency, or by score, Super Eye Patch Wolf is the best video essayist on YouTube. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything he does. I think he's actually way too hard on himself. I don't think he's very good at critiques because I think he kind of pulls his punches sometimes. But he is the best hype man you will ever know. He is, in my opinion, the best video essayist. If I had to give any critique on the Fear and Hunger video specifically, it's that he cut 2 parts out. One, because of content ID, there was a part where he talked about the god of fertility, Sylvian, and the orgy ritual you can partake in, which is really interesting. You get fully healed, but you might lose yourself and just be stuck there forever. The other part he cut out was criticizing a racist depiction of some tribal people in the game. And he cut it because woke skulls came after him and he bowed to their pressure. But criticism aside, it is the best video, and Super Eye Patch Wolf is the best video essayist. Unless we count me, watch my video if you want. Anyway, I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to be back for zombies. I know I went long, but it was worth it for today. Thank you for sticking around. I will be playing games with my wifey in like 5 minutes. Just give me a minute. All right, I will be back. Thank you. Hello, I'm back. For anyone that wants a copy of the spreadsheet I made, by the way, if anyone wants a copy of this, I will be posting a link on it on my Discord server after stream. So, feel free to join the Discord. It's on my YouTube channel. You can find the link for it. It also should be in the description of this video. While I was on break, Krista sent some messages saying, I don't want to interrupt during the stream, so I'm going to interrupt post-stream instead. Anarchist forms of government are also slander from the concept of power corrupts. Just because there is power doesn't mean it will necessarily be for horrid means. It matters how the power is obtained. From the whims of a class of people above us, or determined by a collective decision by those who are subject to it. I mean, I kind of already talked about this a little bit, but on the face of it, you would think the idea that power is inherently bad would be a pro-anarchist message. But I think the problem is it presumes the idea that power is a necessary evil. So by presuming it's a necessary evil, you can talk about however evil you want it to be, and it ultimately makes it meaningless. If you tell, your average liberal that says power corrupts absolutely, if you tell them, well, power is inherently evil, they'll be like, yeah, but we have to have it anyway. So it kind of makes it a bit of a meaningless message when I think when you overuse it in that way. Thought terminating cliches are generally a bad thing. All right. Well, give me a moment because I need to get Kira on the phone. All right. Hello, you there?
Hi.
Hey, sweetie.
Hi.
Can you try talking a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Does everything sound okay?
Sounds a little metally. Can you check the chords, please? I just know in the past we've had issues where when you actually did check the chords, like I asked you, it stopped sounding as metally.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think I think it's fine now.
I mean, it sounds
Can you
pretty
hear
metally.
me okay?
I mean, you sound metally, sweetie. Do we have to do this every time?
I mean,
All right, she's working on it.
Okay, does that sound any better?
Immediately better, thank you.
Okay. I literally just unplugged it and replugged it in, so I don't know.
The chords, I don't know exactly the science of electrostatics, but whether a chord is touching or tangled affects the quality of the transmission. So you have to make sure the chord is nice and clear, especially with audio stuff.
I think this specific chord is also pretty finicky because it doesn't fit absolutely perfectly into the bottom of the mic.
Well, it is a little old, but you're using our secondary mic. I'm using the primary one, so.
Yeah.
The one you're using is the one we originally started Cinema Fallout with until we upgraded to an XLR mic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are you ready to play?
Yes.
Hold on, try talking.
All right. I can talk.
Okay. Sorry, you just sounded weird for a second. All right.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
All right, Black Ops.
Yes. Now, I was really hoping that it would just be the old World at War game that had the whole brightness issue, but it turns out Black Ops does too. I was kind of surprised by that.
I doubt they're that separated.
Well, the World at War used the T4 engine, and Black Ops used the T5 engine, but apparently that just wasn't a significant difference enough.
Fair.
So we're loading it through Plutonium. We have been playing zombies. I have a fundraiser in the description and chat to try to get enough money to be able to play all the zombie games, because I actually used to be known for Call of Duty Zombies Online back in the day. I was the big story guy. Got some viral videos about it, so I wanted to go back and play the games for old time's sake. I thought that would be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, you guys should hopefully be seeing it any second now. There you go. Now you can see it. Now, we got enough money to buy 2 copies of World at War plus DLC and Black Ops plus DLC thanks to a Steam sale. Honestly, the donations have been very few, so I don't know if we're going to be able to get enough to go beyond this. But, in my opinion, Black Ops was peak zombies, so I'm really glad we're at least going to be able to play these levels.
Yeah, I agree. played Black Ops a lot.
All right, I think I might need to turn you up, sweetie, because you're getting quiet again.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. Can you try talking?
Yes, I can talk.
All right.
I was actually writing out a 5th edition character sheet while I was listening to the stream.
Yeah, you got medley again. Can you try plugging in the cord again? Sweetie?
Yes. Does that sound any better?
Immediately better, thank you. Please try not to fiddle with it.
I'm not. I'm really not.
I've seen you, sweetie.
Okay.
All right. So I'm in Black Ops now.
You said it was Cuba.
I don't know. There's a little bit of nostalgia I feel from seeing this, but when we first booted up World at War, I talked about how I thought it was a really cool design. It was very creepy. I thought it was very fitting to the concept of World War II and really, talking up the deaths and carnage of that war. But this just feels kind of edgy to me.
Was Castro involved?
Like, I get like they're trying to lean on the idea of like numbers stations and MK Ultra, which were two real things. But like, they literally have a guy randomly asking you questions during the main menu. It's making it even difficult to talk right now because he keeps interrupting me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think one little fun gimmick, obviously most people know, is you could just like bust out of the chair at the beginning, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, back in the day when I was doing zombie story stuff, this little computer here that you're able to use. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Hold on, let me get back over there. Let me get back on it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, going through this terminal and finding the hidden zombies lore was like, it felt like a jackpot type of thing. Anyway, yeah, it's nostalgia fuel, but I wouldn't say it's great. But let's get to the actually great stuff with zombies.
You see lots of zombie stuff on the screens, and the person up in the thing changes to a zombie when you select it.
Also, this little music is better. Honestly, this is a better menu than the main menu. Although I still don't care for all the screens. It just feels like an ad. Alright, so we're going to go online. I'm going to do a private match. And I should be able to invite you using the Plutonium browser. Okay, how do I do this? Crap, what's the invite button again?
I don't know.
Can you just join me? Can you see me like available online and join me?
Let's see. Nope.
Alright. Okay, I see you. Hold on, let me try to invite you.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, great. Okay, it genuinely is, it's amazing how much work the Plutonium devs did. Alright, and we have all of the zombie maps included in Black Ops. There's a custom maps thing, we haven't really messed with it. I've never actually modded Black Ops Zombies before, so we'll see how that goes if we decide to do it.
If you have suggestions for custom maps, let us know.
We are going to start with Nach der Untoten. We're going to do the Black Ops remakes of these levels. So, yeah, we just played them at World at War, but we're going to be playing a better version of them, because I genuinely think Black Ops really refined the zombies formula, just like how the game works. Running circles is going to be a lot easier, the hitboxes are going to be less janky, stuff like that. At least you don't have to join via console anymore.
Yeah, I was like, I'm surprised at how much Plutonium has sort of integrated a native looking, lobby server thing in this game.
Alright, you in?
Yep.
Alright, and we're playing as Tank and Nikolai, the American and Russian.
Because, World at War, it was literally like...
random soldiers.
it had its whole separate menu for lobbies and stuff that you had to use. You couldn't even use the original game options, or
Okay.
it was.
I think I have to turn
really
your
messed up.
volume down because you were quiet before, but now you're loud, so I need to turn you down.
Okay. Mule Kick is over here.
Yeah, I was gonna go over that. One moment. Alright, I'm back in the game. There we go. Alright, yeah, let's just do round 1 and then I'll go over Mule Kick. This feels a little loud to me. Yeah, let's see how that sounds. A little better. Less blasting in my ears.
Okay.
Man, I have to get a little used to how these mechanics work.
Yeah.
I feel a little slow, but I'm worried if I turn the sensitivity up, then I'm going to be too fast. Let's see. Alright, I guess I'll go for 4. So yeah, so when Black Ops had finished making DLCs, at the end of the Black Ops development cycle, when they moved on to the next Call of Duty game, they, as a little reward, or as a little treat to people, they updated every map to have Mule Kick, the last perk they made, the one that lets you have 3 weapons. Okay, I don't like 4. I feel like I'm too zippy.
Okay.
I just have to get used to these Black Ops controls. We've been playing World at War so much.
Yeah.
Anyway, so because Nashirantoan didn't have any perks on it, this means Mule Kick is now the only perk we can get. So use it to get a third weapon.
That's really funny.
Yeah, so use it to get a third weapon if you have nothing else to spend your money on.
Mm-hmm.
One of the cool things about the remakes is it changes all of the box weapons too.
Yeah.
Catch you maggots in 2.
It's probably good that we played this level first so I could refamiliarize myself with the controls.
Yeah.
Maggot bags.
You want to open the door and get the box?
Yes.
Alright. You got it? You can go first.
Thank you.
So now we have Cold War weapons in here instead of World War II weapons.
I got a python.
They still have the World War II weapons on the walls, though. Ooh! I got a light machine gun.
Flying.
I think what's really throwing me off with moving around is it kind of tweens a little bit. It accelerates.
Mm-hmm.
Krista says maybe growing some plants will help protect you. I'm not going to acknowledge that any further than I already have.
Mm-hmm. That was funny.
Can you watch the front? I'm going to check the options real quick.
Okay.
Let me check something. Game. Controls?
Insta-kill.
Okay. Krista says thank you, Kira. I think one thing that's throwing me off a little bit is with Black Ops, they added a kind of
meat snack.
Okay, I still think it's loud. I don't know, Krista, what do you think? I still think it's loud. Hold on, let me go to the sound.
I had to turn master down a bit.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Anyway, they added a thing in this one where they have a soft aim assist to where your trigger automatically goes to the zombie a little bit when you get close.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that in other modes, obviously, because part of the skill of Call of Duty is aiming correctly. When you get Deadshot Daiquiri, they just change the aim assist to go for the head instead of the chest.
Yeah.
But I think World at War didn't have that, and it's throwing me off a little bit. Better now?
Isn't that something you could turn off?
I looked at the options, I didn't see it.
Oh.
Die, motherfuckers! Double points. Time to rack up some kills.
I might need to move my avatar a little bit. It's covering the ammo.
Fuck! I can't blow shit up without ammo.
Yeah, I'll move it just a little bit.
Are you out of ammo?
No, it's just one of my... That's just my pistol.
Ah.
Yeah, there we go. That's fine. You don't need to see how much is in the clip currently. I don't want my avatar to be in the middle of the screen, but it can't be covering the important information either.
Mm-hmm.
That's a weird glitch.
You're going back to hell, maggot sacks!
Alright. Go to the box again, get rid of this pistol.
No gun juice!
I got the ray gun!
What?
Vaporize those meat sacks.
Ugh.
I have a ray gun and a light machine gun. I'm gonna be good for a while, sweetie.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, we're some zombies. There you are. Alright. Ow! They hit me.
More gun juice. Kick ass.
You doing okay back there, sweetie?
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of zombies.
Yep. I might need to lower the voice volume. Whirly Kiwi says, don't repeat your mistake from that first zombie scream. Yeah, don't swap out the ray gun for a sniper rifle.
Yeah.
That was such a silly mistake. I can't believe I did that on stream.
That was really funny, though.
I was genuinely worried, like, are people gonna think I was faking that just for, like, content or something? Because it really wasn't fake.
Yeah, you were trying to trick me, and then you caught yourself.
Yep. Ooh, I should go get Mule Kick. I can afford it.
Okay.
Alright. 3 weapons. I just gotta be able to afford the third one.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
One meat sack at a time.
Just bought the wall weapon, so I got ray gun, RPK, and Car 98K. Woo.
Alright.
This is a terrible weapon! Why did I do this? That one surprised me. Reloading slow is really gonna kill us in this level. Phew. Alright, made it.
Yep.
Oh! Help! I was trying to kill it with the Car 98K because I figured there was only one left. Oh, I lost Mule Kick! Oh, I'm such a dummy!
Yep.
Aww. Okay, I gotta be more careful. No more fooling around.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know if you need help back there where you're at, sweetie. Okay?
Okay. I think I'll be fine. The python still kills them in one hit.
But you're not gonna get a ton of points doing that.
It's fine.
Alright, I'm gonna try to get Mule Kick again. Alright, and now I'll buy my third weapon again.
Before they see me coming.
Okay, ray gun, RPK, Car 98. I want to remember which one my third weapon is because I want that to be the garbage weapon. My worst weapon should always be my third one. That way, if I go down, I lose only the worst one.
Yep.
Alright, that's better than this.
Oh yeah, those meat sacks are going down.
Alright, FAL.
I love that the pack-a-punch version of that weapon is the epic win.
Yep. F and fail, epic win. They added the Carpenter power-up in the remake. I don't like this gun very much. What did I get? Sniper! I want a sniper rifle. Alright then. Alright, I'm gonna lower the gun volume. Seems a bit loud still. S of X. Yeah, let's move that down. I'm gonna go to the box again. At least this one we never have to worry about moving.
Yeah.
Heavy weaponry, a real man's toy.
Alright. Okay. So I have very mixed feelings about this gun, obviously. This is the Galil, which is a very good weapon. It is very deadly. It is also Israeli. In fact, it's the only Israeli gun in the game as far as I'm aware. So I don't know if this is an example of... Oh crap, hold on. So I don't know if this is an example of, because of Call of Duty's relationship with the arms industry and the way that they have to like conform to product standards when representing these actual guns that are actually used by actual militaries, even if they call it different things sometimes. Is this an example of where they decided to make the Galil, which is an assault rifle, so good that it's better than the light machine guns? Like, did they do that on purpose? Is this propaganda? Maybe it is. Or, I guess maybe the more frightening option is, what if the Galil actually was just that good of a weapon, relatively? And that has some unfortunate implications about the American arms industry trading with Israel, or about Israel during the Cold War.
Yeah.
I don't need to remind people that Israel is currently committing a genocide.
Look at that mess I just made.
Regardless, the end result is the Galil is very good in zombies. It might literally just be that they decided to give it more ammo than it should really get.
Maybe.
Could be that simple.
Look at that mess I just made. Hoorah!
Ah! Breach! I got hit.
I got it.
Alright. I'm good. Alright, this is our last one. Maybe we should make a crawler. I think we should.
Yeah, yeah. Wait till the insta-kill wears off.
Alright, we'll do. And then we can have a breather.
Yeah.
Alright. Threw a grenade. Oh, I missed. Ow. There we go. Oh, it's a fast one, though. Alright. Krista says, the toy for Truman line is pro-gun propaganda, if nothing else there. There is culture. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit difficult with these characters, with Tank, Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen, because they're meant to be over-exaggerated caricatures of the four most prominent national powers during World War II. So, you know, growing up and playing it, I liked them. I thought they were funny because they were satirical. But obviously there is a question of how satirical are they meant to be. Tank says stuff that's awful. You know, Nikolai, Takeo, Richtofen as well. With Tank, he does a bit of like a macho bravado. I'd probably say he has the most toxic masculinity of them. You could say that Nikolai is a Russian stereotype. I mean, they're all stereotypes to an extent. But Nikolai has this, like, awful type of sexism about killing his wives. Again, they're not supposed to be good people, but it's literally femicide. Takeo is just, what do they call it? Yellowface. It's a white guy playing a Japanese character, which is not great. And then Richtofen does the sort of effeminate gay Nazi bit, although I have to admit he is still pretty funny. Also, Krista says, AI incentive to associate gun and masculinity? Or masculinity? If you say so. Okay, you went to the box a bunch?
Yeah.
Alright, me too. The glill's almost out. Might as well get rid of it if I can get a better gun. Or a decent.
I only got the FAMAS.
Those meat sacks are going down.
I really need to get monkey bombs. Monkey bombs are in the box this time, so I need to get them. If I can.
Yeah.
Monkey bombs will save us.
Dead meat.
Ow. Ow. AL, not AI. I accidentally pressed enter mid-sentence. What's AL supposed to be? Alabama? Alright, that's decent.
Gonna fly and heads are gonna roll.
Monkey bombs! I got it! Alright.
Nice.
So there's only one thing left in the box that's basically better than what I currently have. Unless we're counting slightly better machine guns. Alright, you want to go camp upstairs now?
Yeah.
Alright, this level's not going to be very long. We'll last as long as we can, though.
Yeah.
Alright, at the top. Hey, sweetie, come over here. Hey, come
Shut
over
up.
here. Come over here. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, I'm pressing the button. I'm just kidding.
Did they change it or did they leave that as it was?
It's literally the same as it was. They didn't even change it.
Oh.
Which is too bad. Yeah, they should have. Just for fun.
Yeah.
Alright, this is the end game here. This is a very small level. This is as far as we can go.
Yeah.
Ow! Help! 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 Sorry, I had to reload at a bad time.
Yeah.
Oh, behind you! I'm sorry. It was a lot, and I had, like, I basically just sat there, used a whole clip, and then had to back up as I reloaded. Okay, I have monkey bombs. No! No! Ooh, that was close. That was so close.
Crap.
Oh my goodness, that was painful. Sweetie, I think I just literally can't do this unless you're shooting with me. You can't be right up on the window.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's not good. Alright, let's go. Yeah, stay back from the window. Just keep an eye on it, okay?
Okay.
Sorry about that. Oh. I'm grabbing it. That'll take out a batch of 24 for us. Oh, I hear a power up. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah! Head to the head, baby! Good shot! Are you sure you don't have a little Russian in you? You're going back to hell, maggot sex! Look at that mess I just made.
Oh, I'm gonna throw a monkey bomb. Nope.
Okay.
Let me reload. Let me reload.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Max ammo gives us more monkey bombs. Might as well use them, right?
Yeah.
Nope, that killed him. Okay, come on. What do I get? What do I get? Sniper! I don't want a sniper rifle!
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Okay.
Round 13. I don't know if we're gonna get much higher, sweetie.
Yeah.
I'm reloading. Help! You're not helping. You're not helping.
I was reloading at the same time.
No! Stop! 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 Oh, you guys! You were supposed to turn around. They basically they looked at me right as I threw the monkey bomb, and right as they were about to turn around, they just slapped me.
Okay.
World of Kiwi says, "You sure you don't got a little Russian in you?" That aged abhorrently. Oh, I see. Because sex joke. All right.
No, he said that was a good shot. You sure you ain't got a little Russian in you? That's what he said to
Right.
Tank.
The joke is that it wasn't meant to be a sex joke. All right. So I feel like we got pretty much as much out of that level as we can. You know, first try, first shot. We've played it a few times already. Round 13. I think that's a good attempt at that level. You ready to move on?
Yeah, just give me a sec to mess with my settings.
What setting?
I need to update my graphics setting and also lower the volume a little because it's really loud.
Okay. Mess with your cord while you're at it, because I think you mess with it again.
Okay.
All right, well, guess I'm just waiting here until she's ready. Yeah, I thought the original 4 characters were fine-ish. Like, I don't know. I never felt like they were great characters. They were just kind of meant to be, like, stereotypes. I was glad to see them try to move on to new characters later, but it seemed like no matter what they did with new characters, which, I'm gonna be real, wasn't always good, everyone just wanted to go back to the original ones. There have been a few times where they just do like guest characters that people like, but they're always guests. They're never allowed to stick around. Krista says 13's an unlucky number though. Not looking good there. Vibes are off. It is zombies though. Look, it's fine. We'll do the next one. We'll get to an even higher round because this one will have more features in it. We only had one perk we could get there, so.
I'm ready.
All right, guess I'll have to invite you again.
Yes.
All right, you are invited. All right, you ready for Verrückt? The Zombie Asylum. We're going to do the same strategy we tried to do last time of camping at that long hallway, but I'm hoping it will go better this time for us.
Oh, this level. Okay.
We spawned on the wrong side.
Maybe someone should go turn on the power now.
Yep. Yep, that's unfortunate. We have to restart. There's 2 different spots you can spawn at, and if you have all 4 players, 2 will spawn on each side. But because there's only 2 of us, this means there's a chance we get locked on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And like you can do it from the other side, but for our strategy, it won't work if we're on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
We need to be on the quick revive side. Ah! Same one. Alright, let's try it again.
Juggernaut's right here.
It's not about the perk, it's about the orientation of the level.
Ah, okay.
Oh my goodness, that's 3 times in a row.
No power. Weak.
That is so frustrating.
Yeah.
We keep losing the coin toss. Remember how we were playing D&D yesterday and one of the players got 3 nat 1s in a row?
Oh my god, yeah. For the final battle, we sure had shit luck.
Alright, we're on the right side this time.
No power. Weak.
So the story here is just supposed to be that this was a like asylum that was used during the Holocaust, and then zombies started coming up at it, and Tank Dempsey was captured here, and they sent a Marine team to rescue him, and that's kind of it. Like nothing else happened here.
Okay.
They more or less reused an existing level to make this one from the multiplayer mode.
Yep.
You can hear a baby crying if you crouch over here for some reason.
Really?
Yep. Just a little spooky thing they put in. Come on, guys. First few rounds might take a little while on this one.
Yep.
KIA, maggot sack! Get up! I want to kill you more! Ah, shit! I'm out of gun juice!
Alright, let's move on. Alright, I recommend we buy the Thompson here just to
How
build up.
come nothing is free anymore?
I can't afford it. We should buy this and
I am sure to hit
and build up enough points to be able to go up
Give me
further.
some ammo!
Tank, you want to know why nothing's free anymore? It's because, you know, Harry Truman and his successors undid FDR's legacy. That's why.
Try eating through your neck hole! Don't fuck with a Marine! Die! Die!
Insta-kill makes knifing actually viable.
Yep.
Can't do my job if I ain't packing heat! Not even
Oh!
freak bag!
Convenient.
Oh yeah!
Alright, now I can buy the Thompson here.
Big toy for the big boy. Hoorah.
I like having variety in first-person shooters, so I like having a mix of World War II and Cold War guns in these levels, though I was never satisfied, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Tearing down the wall over here.
I didn't realize I could come through there. I was wondering what that sound was.
It's terrifying the first time it happens. It would have been cool if it happened more often, to be honest.
Yeah.
Remember how I talked about how like games like The Outer Wilds and Fear and Hunger are knowledge based, where like the more you know about them, the further you get in.
Uh-huh.
This is, I think, would be a bad implementation of that, where there's a cool surprise that you find out about it, but after that point, there's not really much engagement. It's just that, yeah, that's not a problem for you anymore. You know it's there.
Mm-hmm.
In Fear and Hunger, it's fun when you know stuff, and in games like this, the first time you play is probably going to be the most fun you have.
Yeah.
But it's still fun to try to endure and succeed.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that was sweet. Oh yeah.
I'm trying to use the pistol to get points because we really need to get as many points as possible.
Yeah.
I don't like being obsessive about point farming, but I did get a max ammo with the pistol, so... And there's no other guns to buy at the moment.
Yeah.
I think I'm starting to get readjusted to the Black Ops controls, though. It's just like driving a vehicle that's different than the one you normally drive. It takes you a minute to learn how to use it.
Yeah.
Alright. I say let's try to survive one more round, use this double points, and we can try to get enough points to where we can leave a crawler, and then open up all the doors we need to open.
Okay. Sounds good.
Double points. Rack 'em up. Need to round up some rounds. Nothing sucks more than not being able to blow shit up.
Oh, I need to buy more ammo. Behind you! Thank you. Oh, more double points. Nice.
Told you I wasn't on the menu.
Okay, we don't have many left.
Okay.
I think this might be the last one.
Alright. You'll have to wait till insta-kill wears off.
Yes, and then I'll make a crawler. The next round won't start until they're all dead, so making a crawler really helps.
Yeah.
Alright. Ah, it's a fast one again.
It's okay.
Alright, still buys us some time. Alright, let's go. Watch out.
The trench gun.
Yep, that's still here if you want it.
The fucking... The
Alright.
fact that there's a number sequence there is so trolly.
Yeah, so the power's on now, so we can get the perks, and we have access to the box.
Damn it, freak box.
Seizure trigger warning, I guess. This area is a bit difficult to look at.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go start buying some perks. Watch out for the crawler.
Okay.
And we have Mule Kick here, so we have a choice of 5 perks now.
Yeah.
You can only get pick 4 of them, though.
Yeah. Oh, I got a Galil!
I'm getting Juggernog.
Where's Juggernog?
I'm always into Juggernog.
The weird music they're playing on the speakers is so creepy.
Yeah.
And then it dies. Alright, I'm up here now. You still have the box?
I don't know where to get to where you, how to get to where you are.
Oh. You just have to go all the way around. Basically, this level is one big loop, so you want to think carefully about whether you open the whole loop or not, or you leave one point closed. If you leave one point closed, you can camp. Hey.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm all the way here. I might as well go to the box again.
How do I get to Juggernog?
Oh. Alright, follow me.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how to navigate this level.
It's basically a circle made out of squares.
Okay.
And Juggernog's right here.
Oh, okay.
Alright. And then go up the stairway behind us, and that's where we're going to camp. I'll kill the crawler.
Okay.
Alright, and here's hopefully where we can stay for many rounds to come.
Yep.
Come on, guys. I'm waiting. They had to tear all the barriers down first. You got that window, sweetie?
Yep.
Alright. So the idea is I'm watching the front, she has a window in the back that she's watching.
Hello, it's meat killing time.
Oh.
Don't fuck with a Marine. News just in. Dipsy is a fucking badass.
Oh, that was it. I'm gonna go grab Speed Cola. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm really gonna need it with the guns I have.
Alright. I love playing zombies with you.
Yeah, it's fun. One of the reasons I really like zombies wasn't just because, ooh, zombies, but like, it's a cooperative arcadey game mode with a first-person shooter. You just didn't see that very much. Most first-person shooters for a very long time were literally just shoot each other. You know, they maybe have team deathmatch, but it was always about just killing each other. And zombies allows you to have this like, fantasy nonsense enemy to fight together.
Yeah.
They did try to do a co-op campaign thing, but that just felt like playing through a story mode meant for one person with an extra person there.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get this wall weapon, because I'm running out.
Okay.
I'll get the bouncing Bettys, so I have mines. Put them back here, just in case.
Thank you.
No problem. Krista says, is there a round number in the HI anywhere. If you look at the bottom left corner, you can see the round. It's currently in tally marks, so it says it's 9 right now. Kira's covering up a little bit, but that should be fine next round. After 10 rounds, they stop tallying and just have it be a number.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna buy double tap. Double tap makes your bullets go twice as fast. Some people, again, I talk about this all the time. Some people whine and say, but it means you run out of ammo faster. It's like, well, then don't miss. Oh, hey, speaking of which, max ammo.
Nice.
Make sure we don't open that door right there, because then our strategy is gone.
This one in the back?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
If you remember, last time we died trying to abandon the strategy and opening it, but I couldn't open it fast enough.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, round 10. Alright, so yeah, next round it'll be digits.
Someone needs to clean up those freak bits. Don't you putbags get the idea yet?
Or the root beer shelf when they need some help. They reach for the root beer shelf. Sorry, I'm just hearing the double tap thing right behind me. Alright, bought more ammo. Oh, that was it? Oh, crap. Okay. I am going to run for another perk now.
Okay.
Alright, mule kick, I can get 3 guns. I'm just going to immediately buy the Thompson again, because it's right here. So the Thompson is my 3rd weapon. We need to leave a crawler so I can get better weapons.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh. Nice.
See you, maggot bags. Hoorah! Don't fuck with a Marine. KIA, maggot sack.
It's so fun to be able to reload quickly and shoot fast. There are some weapons these Call of Duty games let you have that no human could realistically hold. Like, no real person would just carry around a Browning machine gun, you know? That's meant to be a mounted weapon. Oh, we did it again!
Oh no!
I'm sorry. Anyway, I think having weapons like that in the game is still fun, but I think they should maybe explain how you're able to carry them. My suggestion would be to have a perk that, like, lets you hold super heavy weapons or something.
Mm-hmm. I think that would work.
Nothing sucks more than not being able to blow shit up.
Oh, nice.
Bring it on, freak bags. Die, die! I'll swim in your skin, maggot whores. KIA, maggot sack. I'll swim in your skin, maggot whores. Look out, they're everywhere.
All right. Insta kill's over.
Okay.
We need to make some crawlers.
Yeah.
I did it. We got one here.
Nice.
All right, 8,000 points. Time for me to get some good guns.
Better get me some ammo.
Unfortunately, there's not much more I can buy on this level. It is the second level of the game. It's just a remake of it. So there's no upgrading weapons on this level, unfortunately.
I'm gonna get speed cola.
Okay. Ah, teddy bear, first try.
Ow.
All right, box is gonna move.
Okay.
Anyone tell you you laugh like a girl?
They are a girl, Tank. Literally a child. Who would ever insult a child and be mean to a child? That's cruel. Why would you do that? Alright, where'd the box go? Sweetie, you know I was dissing you there, right?
Oh, shut up.
It's kind of a running joke in our D&D group that Kira hates children because there have been some child characters that like pranked or like did mean things to the party, and she takes it so personally. Here it is.
It's kind of funny because in real life I just love kids.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been babysitting a lot and stuff like that. But like,
Ashley.
the little Ashley is she spent the money that she was supposed to give us for that job.
All right, sweetie, you're kind of peeking the mic a little bit.
This is exactly what I
Okay.
needed.
I love you.
Love you too.
Krista says, cruel to a child. Didn't know they were a Redditor like that. Wow. That's probably the meanest thing you've ever said to Kira.
Yep.
I feel like Redditor has an unfair stigma to it. Like, I get the personality archetype people are describing with that, but I just don't feel like... I don't feel like the average Redditor is like that. I feel like Reddit is one of the few, like, information troves online that are left intact these days. Krista says, can I be forgiven? Sure. Do you forgive Kira?
Yeah.
Thanks for sticking around, Krista.
Yeah.
Now that I've done the top 60 video essay thing, I'm not really sure where to go from here. I'll probably talk about Mario D&D, just like a finale, talk about the end of it before. But yeah, I am running out of things to talk about. I want to talk about maybe my D&D compilation, or maybe the book I'm working on. I'm hoping now that our Mario D&D game is done, while I'll be sad to see it go, I'm hoping I'll have more time to devote to things like my book.
Yeah.
I still haven't had a chance to do all the revisions that you've noted for me. I'm ready to go, are you?
Yes.
Go eat someone else, freak bag.
Round 13. Oh, got more. I get 2 of these every round. Might as well make use of them.
Someone needs to clean up those freak beds. Don't fuck with a Marine. News just in. FC is a fucking badass.
Where the Kiwi says, Redditor here. I make the Reddit user jokes occasionally too, lol. Yeah, but I don't know. I think you get why, like, I don't know. There's a lot of different types of Reddit users, and I don't feel like you can realistically actually group them all up. I feel like maybe the power users are the ones that are the worst. Like, I have seen some people that you could tell, like, oh, you're a Reddit moderator. And honestly, my opinion, that's a worse insult than a Reddit user. Reddit moderators are, they get so power hungry. They act like they have like little fiefdoms. So much drama.
Anyone want some bad guts?
That was the last one.
Okay.
I have a feeling I'm going to start accruing a ton of points.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I really like that they added the Pack-a-Punch and layer levels to upgrade weapons, because otherwise you start to run out of things to do with your money.
Yeah.
Alright, there's that gun.
Don't you pussbags get the idea yet? Hey, need to clean up on aisle 4.
Alright, a little bit of a breather. Krista says, there are some good utility to some parts of Reddit. My experience there has often just been mediocre to bad. Yeah, I mean, I get that. Oh, goodness.
Might want to make some crawlers.
No, wait, that's useless. Ah, fast crawler.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Alright, we have a slow crawler. You just have to make sure they don't get into the bouncing Betty minefield.
Okay.
So yeah, come over here. I'm gonna play some more bouncing Betties. Make sure not to get them in the minefield, and don't excuse me while I make it bigger.
What can I buy? I have Juggernog, Double Tap, and Speed Cola.
You can get Mule Kick.
Okay.
Wait, what gun is that?
Python.
Oh, okay. That's the same one I have. I thought it was something else for a second.
No, it's the Python.
Alright. My ammo is full, but I need better guns than this. That's not it, but okay.
Slice 'em and dice 'em.
Shotgun.
I'm gonna find a meat sack to put a hole in.
Python again, alright.
If I had a good weapon, I'd blow this box up.
Sorry, that was a funny line.
What do you say?
Oh, monkey bombs, yes! He said if I had a good weapon, I'd blow the mocks up.
Shit up.
Alright, you ready to start?
I want you to go box at least once.
Oh, well, it's probably going to be a teddy bear next pull, to be honest.
Let me try.
Go ahead. Yep.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It had been enough pulls, the odds were high.
Okay. Alright, ready.
Oh, we're just not going to go now?
What?
Okay, fine, sure.
Yeah, we're good to go. Oh, did you want to go to the box some more?
I'm kind of torn, because on one hand, I have enough points to spam it.
Oh, it's right behind there.
But on the other hand, I have full ammo and I have decent weapons, so...
Yeah.
Sweet. KIA, maggots.
Man, they're hard to kill now. By round 15,
Yeah.
they have so much health. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
Okay, I need a monkey bomb. I'm getting a little overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And the mines are helping.
Yeah.
Alright, I needed to reload like every weapon I had.
Yeah. I'm already almost out of Galil ammo. And I was full before we started this round. I think you got all the ones that are left.
Okay. Oh, that was a bit of a tough one there, but I got a crawler.
Okay.
Alright, I need better guns.
E. Ooh.
What?
Do you want me to talk while you roll the box?
If you want to talk about something, you can.
So I told you earlier I was filling out that character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the rock gnome species because
She's talking
it
about
has-
D&D, by the way.
Yes, yes. Because it has such an interesting, like, ability thing. Like, it gets artificer lore in that it gets to roll good history checks on magic items and stuff like that, but it also gets a minor ability called Tinker, which is like a less good version of magical tinkering from the artificer class. And I just think that's so interesting because most races, they get dark vision and maybe like weapon familiarity,
Oh,
but
I
they
just
don't
got-
really get.
I got the best weapon.
What'd you get?
Winter's Howl.
Oh, nice.
I got the unique wonder weapon that was added to this level because it didn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, you're sounding a little metally if you want to mess with the chords. Sorry. I'm gonna keep going. You can keep talking.
Okay. Anyway, I just think that's a very interesting ability because it's very minor. Like, you can make a fire starter, woohoo, but it's so good for, like, little roleplay stuff, and most species don't get stuff like that. Like, they get maybe weapon familiarity, like the elves get, or,
Yeah,
you know,
I don't care about any abilities in D&D. They're just like, you get a little strong thingamajig. It's like, well, I want a fun thingamajig. I don't care about strength.
Yeah, that's why I think the rock gnome thing is so interesting, because it's a very unique, fun little ability compared to all the boring stuff that nearly every other race gets.
Yeah.
Like, the drow at least get a few spells, but most races don't get much of anything.
Alright, I am ready to play. I have the best weapons in the game.
Okay, I want to go roll the box.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to wait.
Alright. But seriously, I have literally the best weapons. I can't get anything better. There's nothing else for the box for me.
Me. Lucky.
I have all 3 wonder weapons that are on this level. I have the Winter's Howl, the ray gun, and the monkey bombs. And on top of that, I have 4 perks, one of which is Mule Kick, so my 3rd weapon is the best bullet gun in the game.
I got the crossbow.
Crossbow can be decent if used right, but not here. Not here. Not now.
Yeah.
Alright. Just waiting.
Yeah. HS-10, what is that?
Shotgun.
Ah. Crossbow again!
Uh-oh.
And the China Lake. Great.
Oh, so, okay, the crawler just died, And in Black Ops, they introduced the idea that when a crawler bleeds out, it actually respawns. It doesn't count as a kill.
Yeah.
Which is a little frustrating, but also kind of beneficial at the same time, I guess. Depending.
I'm ready.
Like in World at War, when the crawler just bled out, you just move on to the next round, which could be scary, but like you usually just try to not take forever and maybe have multiple crawlers.
Can I get some bouncing betties here in the back again if you can?
Yeah, sure. Where?
Like, yeah, just back here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Alright, I'll save the Winter's Howl for an emergency.
Slice and dice, baby. Hey, someone needs to clean up those freak bits.
They're coming so fast that knifing right now is actually a genuine risk, even with insta-kill.
Yep.
Oh, no. Oh, crap. That's what the Winter's Howl does. It's awesome. People complain because it's not an insta-kill weapon like a lot of the other Wonder weapons are. And, like, that's true, but it's still awesome. And it's still a great get-out-of-crap free weapon.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, wow.
That's not great for me. Sweetie, we might not be able to do this strategy much longer. I'm starting to run out of my ability to keep them back.
Alright. We will do our best.
Ice powers are cool, Krista says. Like it? Yes, ice powers are cool.
Mm-hmm.
Ice powers are nice powers.
You're such a dork.
Alright, ray gun time. They're so strong now that using the ray gun makes them into crawlers instead of killing them.
Oh no, oh no, oh no!
Oh, you in trouble?
Yep.
I turned the electric trap on.
Nice, thanks.
Can you handle it now or not?
Yeah.
Are you good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was it. That wasn't even me.
Oh,
That,
no.
The lightning trap. You need to run grab Juggernaut now.
Oh, right. Where is it?
Down, right down here. Come on.
Okay.
Right here. I do not have a lot of
Okay.
ammo left for the Winter's Howl.
I don't have a lot of ammo left either.
Alright, go. Grab double tap on the way. Oh, wait, you can't afford it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Are you okay back there?
Fine.
Are you sure? Alright, it's getting tough. Round 18. Like, this is no joke,
Yeah.
sweetie.
Yeah.
Oh, another nuke. Wow.
That was so lucky.
That just never gets old.
It takes almost an entire magazine of this weapon to kill one.
Yeah.
I need the ray gun.
Oh no.
Are you okay?
I'll be okay.
Tell me to throw a monkey bomb if you need me to.
Ah!
Is that?
Okay.
What is that?
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
You could have been clear with that, sweetie.
Sorry.
I am now out of monkey bombs.
Next time, get here quicker.
Please tell me that wasn't it. Okay, we have a crawler. You're lucky. My ray gun made one.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I don't even have enough for Juggernog.
All right, come here, sweetie. Come here.
What?
Time for the moment of truth. Come here.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
I must have slipped.
I love you, sweetie.
I love you too. Thank you. You have so many points.
Please remember me.
I love you. Thank you.
Now I'm pissed.
Would you catch a grenade for me? You don't have to. I am out of grenades. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh my god. Careful, the crawler's right near here. Oh my god, okay.
Now I am gonna bring some pain.
To yourself, apparently.
Just take a little nap.
All right, maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I need to go get weapons.
I have to buy all the perks again.
Huh?
I have to buy all the perks again.
Oh, well, you have enough to do that, don't you?
Yeah. Not by much, but it'll be enough.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're welcome.
Living the fast life. That's the way I roll.
Are you kidding me?
Krista says, "What kind of eldritch ritual is this?" So yeah, when someone dies or gets down and someone else brings them up, they can take some of their points. Some of the points are lost, but they get to keep some of them as a reward for being a helpful player. I think it's a good addition, but it also means it's like the only way to transfer points. So if someone has just an untold amount of points, the other person can like take them by repeated downing.
Yeah.
I just have to be willing to
Spray and pray.
all right. Winter's Howl, Ray Gun, RPK. I just have to be willing to like spend 10,000 getting my perks back.
Yeah. Is the box downstairs?
Yep, it's by the Thompson over here.
Oh, okay.
So I think we can't camp anymore. I think the strategy is gone.
Yeah.
If we had 4 people, we could maybe do it longer, but with just the 2 of us, we can't support it anymore.
Yeah.
This means we're gonna have to start running circles, which is gonna be scary.
Okay. I got an RPK and Commando. I'm gonna get Speed
what?
Cola.
Okay.
Since I have such heavy weapons.
Okay. You don't have any type of panic weapon, do you?
Nope. I have RPK and Commando.
The Python makes a decent panic weapon if you have Speed Cola.
Yeah.
Or a shotgun. But alright. You ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, come here. So last time we had to panic and make a run for it. This time we're going to be preemptive. We're going to be careful. And now we finally open the door.
Okay.
And so now we have to run circles around this place. The question is, do we do clockwise or counterclockwise?
I think we go this way.
I don't know. I'm trying to remember. How do I feel about this? It's been ages since I've done this. This feels wrong. No, I think we need to go counterclockwise.
Okay.
Let me try it. Let me just see how it feels.
All right.
Yeah, I think counterclockwise is a lot better because you can see more about what you're about to run into.
Mm-hmm.
Although, wait a minute. There's this bit here. Yeah, I guess let's try counterclockwise. We can always reverse if we have to.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Yep. Jesus Christ, that took an insane amount of shots.
Alright, I have the panic weapon out.
Okay.
It's gonna be a bit harrowing with them still trying to climb out of the barriers. Running a circle on this level, we want to try to avoid getting carpenters if possible. We want to try to avoid rebuilding the barriers.
Yeah.
Because those zombies are going to be a pain for us on the next go around because they were still breaking out.
Yeah.
We gotta try to control the flow.
Uh-huh. I actually like having a decently heavy weapon because
see what I mean?
Keeps me from going too fast.
That's what I was warning about.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, run around. Try to run around if you can.
Yeah.
Alright. Stairways are the most dangerous part. You gotta run past them quickly.
Yeah.
And we can shoot behind us if we feel safe.
Okay.
Alright, I think we're doing okay. This doorway up here is also a death trap. Just watch
Yeah.
out for it. And then we have the staircase to worry about. Okay. We got a few stragglers from my ice weapon.
Yeah.
Took care of them. Oh! Alright. They're starting to spawn in front of us now.
Yeah.
Alright. I don't have a lot of ammo for the Winter's Howl left.
Yep.
Alright, this is a pretty safe spot to shoot.
Okay.
Alright, let's get going.
Yeah.
Alright, there's one in front of us. Just go around. You want to try to avoid having to kill them before they get you, because they just take so many bullets now. Shoot.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Alright, we're going to hang around here until insta-kill wears off.
Okay.
Just in. MC is a fucking badass. Chew on that, maggot sex. Feel that freak sack.
Alright, let's get going.
Yeah.
Oh, watch out! I died! Ray gun!
Oh no!
Get me, get me, get me. I'll blast. Alright, never mind. Just run. Just run. Just run. I couldn't do it, sorry. So insta-kill wore off at a bad time. I used my ray gun and downed myself. I couldn't pull out the Winter's Howl fast enough. Try to run all the way around if you can.
Yep. That's what I'm trying to do.
I don't know if you're gonna make it
Come
though.
on, come on. Yes.
Oh. My hero?
Yep.
Wow.
I got you.
Alright. I have 11 bullets left. Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're welcome.
Kira carries. Yeah, you carry me, sweetie. I think the round's almost over, by the way. I think that's why it's not too hard at the moment.
Okay, good.
I'm always in the juggernaut.
Yeah, it's definitely almost over.
I'm gonna get the box. Can you handle the rest?
I can try. All right, we got a crawler.
Okay.
I'm in a very bad spot with ammo.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm not gonna buy double tap. I need to save up for mule kick so I can get a bullet gun to get more points.
Yeah. Oh my god, the double pistols.
I'm ready to go when you are, sweetie.
Alright, let me keep doing the box for a bit.
We're on round 19. Can you believe we're doing so well?
Yeah. Oh, Teddy.
I'm just gonna point out I have all 3 wonder weapons, except I'm out of monkey bombs. I've used 3/4 of my ray gun, and I have only 2 clips of the Winter's Howl left.
Uh-huh.
Alright, are you ready or not?
No, not yet.
Sweetie, I don't want to be waiting all the time for you to do the box.
Hold on, where is it gonna appear?
It's over here by Juggernaut, 1 level up.
Okay. Okay.
Where we were camping.
Alright.
Oh, crawler respawned.
Ooh.
Might want to hurry.
Ah, great. Okay, forget it. Let's go.
Alright, we'll start here. Alright, let's get going.
Yeah. Most of the barriers are down, so...
That's good. We just want to try not to get stuck on the staircases.
Yeah.
I think that most of them are behind us by this point.
Yeah.
Alright, let's get ready to shoot.
Okay.
Oh, this is too easy. Where'd he go?
Alright, let's go.
Alright.
Ooh. Help! What are you doing?
I was trying to stay at your back in case something came up behind us on the stairs, so that I could deal with it if I while you were getting mule kick.
Okay, well, I appreciate the thought, but I don't think you actually did that. Let me shoot here.
Okay.
Alright, let's get going. We don't want to stay too long doing that.
Yeah.
I'm so low on ammo.
Yeah.
Wait, what is that? I can't see it.
It's a max ammo! Throw! Ah, shit. I'm ready. I got it.
You okay?
I got it.
Help!
Oh.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we're good.
We got it.
Ah, I got down.
Alright, max ammo, and it only cost us half of our ammo and all of your perks.
You needed it though. You were almost out.
Yes, but it's just... I have 3 clips now. I went from 2 clips to 3 clips. Seems like we got a carpenter in there somewhere.
There was, but I didn't grab it.
Let's get going.
Yep. I'll grab a Juggernaut.
Run.
Yep. Oh, there's a slow crawler down here. We should leave it.
Yep. Another max ammo. Are you kidding me?
Throw monkey bomb.
Wait, no, 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 no. Why?
What?
I'm the one throwing the monkey bombs. Why not let me grab it?
Okay.
You made me waste one.
Sorry.
That's what I call blowing chunks.
We didn't have to rush since I threw the monkey bomb. We had to rush before, but not that time.
Okay.
We could have taken a breather, but now we're down to monkey bomb.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Don't you pussbags get the idea yet? Told you I wasn't on the menu.
Let's go.
Once I start building up points... Oh, watch out, watch out.
Yeah.
Oh! I'll watch out for that next time.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Yep. Can't believe we got to 20.
I know, right? Insane.
Hey, someone needs to clean up those freak bits.
I think we're getting near the end of this round.
Oh. Well, we have crawlers.
Let's get going. I think there might be a few left.
Okay.
Off of me! Die, you fleshless sack maggot.
Alright. We have time to buy things.
Yep. I'm gonna get speed cola.
Number go up is indeed good, Krista.
Gonna need to get some ammo soon. Hoorah! Don't fuck with a Marine! Told you I wasn't on the menu!
Alright, I need to go buy double tap again. Now I have my perk loadout back to normal. And I'll get a better third gun.
Partner, I'm thirsty.
Eh.
Big toy for the big boy. Hoorah! Damn, this ain't good enough.
That's worse. That's decent, I guess. Alright, I'm out of money.
All right, let me go. Great.
What?
A Dragunov.
Oh, sniper rifle.
Yeah. All right.
Are you ready?
Ready? Yep.
Alright.
Go eat someone else, freak bag.
Alright, we beat round 20.
Yep.
Now, we said 30 is when we would just be done. 30 is a victory. I don't know if we're going to get that high, to be honest. And it's already 3 o'clock, so it wouldn't be the worst thing for us to just call it now. But I'm kind of curious how far we can go.
Yeah, me too.
Alright, let's go. Alright, we got this.
Uh-huh.
Let's go. They're still spawning in. We need to wait for them to catch up.
Yeah. Let's just keep going for now.
No. Like I said, we need to wait for them to catch up. Now.
All right.
I got a lot of them over here.
All right. So yeah, next time we'll do the Japanese level in Shinonuma, and then we'll do Darius, and then we can start playing the new levels. I just felt like it would make sense for us to do the remakes first, you know?
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's like we're playing these old levels, but on a newer engine.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Run.
Yep.
Ooh, that was a little risky.
Yeah.
We stayed too long.
Convention over here. Hoorah! The Marines Dempsey. Someone owes me a drink. You a free bag.
Let's go. Run.
Yeah.
That staircase is the worst one. I think 9 times out of 10 I die on that one.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go. Wait, what was that? Oh, not worth it.
What was it?
Just a double points.
Ah, okay.
Richtofen, it's a party over here just for you.
Alright, ran out of this one.
With these expressions. Only man and wife should be so close.
Okay, I am out of ammo.
Where's the box at?
I think it's where we left it.
I don't... Where's that?
On top of where we used to camp.
Is that where it is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we can try to make a flyby. You can run ahead, actually. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll watch
All
the
right,
zombies.
I will.
Oh, I think some of them turn towards you. Watch out.
Oh, monkey bombs, nice. All right,
Nice.
let's keep going.
Ow! I'm okay.
You okay?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's go.
Hey, let's go.
What? Okay.
Spray and pray.
I used the electric trap to help save you, by the way.
Yeah, I saw. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right here with you, Tang.
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. This way, this way, this way.
Okay.
See what I did there?
Nice.
All right. That's the round.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to buy the Thompson, aren't I?
You want to go to the box? Just run through it
Sure.
quickly. Just run through it quickly. I did buy the Thompson. Oh, let's go.
Oh, great,
Let's
great.
go. Let's go.
Fucking great.
You want to buy the Thompson?
Yeah,
There's also the STG if you prefer.
I'm gonna get the Thompson. All right.
Run.
Yep.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? You're using that thing.
I just wanted to see if it actually killed them in one hit on this round.
It does not even close. As I accumulate points, I'm gonna start spinning on the electric traps more and more.
Yeah.
But I can't do it every round.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
They're dropping like bad habits.
All right, we're doing so well, sweetie. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
Hell yeah, that was sweet. I'm gonna rip shit up.
All right, electric trap.
Okay.
All right, run through it. All right, let's go.
Okay.
They're respawning in. Did you see your knives?
Yeah.
Move! You're blocking me in.
Sorry.
All right, I think we're doing pretty well.
Yep.
As long as I can make 1,000 points back, I can keep spending it, and that gives me a 7,000 point cushion in case I go down.
Yep. Where are the knives?
They disappear after a while.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
All right. Sweetie, you went too fast.
Okay.
All right, I'm coming.
I got the og.
All right. I was a little scared there, but we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
I think we're doing okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's go this way. This way. Follow me.
Okay.
Right here with you, Tang.
All right, this one might be a little riskier now that I think about it. I'm gonna throw a monkey bomb to get us out of here.
Okay.
Ow. All right, run through the lightning.
Okay.
All right, let's not do that one again.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I could do it twice in a row, but nah.
Mhm.
Hey, you're getting... Oh, that was close. You almost got trapped in the corner. All right, we're gonna do the lightning trap again.
Yeah.
Okay, that's everything about the crawler.
Nice.
Anything you want to spend your money on?
Yeah.
I pulled it first.
Okay.
Heh.
Rat-a-tat-tat, meat sacks.
What'd you get?
Galil.
Oh, lucky.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah, the HK20 one's pretty good. I'm good.
Sorry, I got a little surprised there by the fact that you got that.
Fine. I'll get double tap too.
All right. I need to build up some points.
I have enough points for Juggernog if I go down.
That's good. You want to keep a buffer if you can.
Where are you?
Killing the crawler.
Oh, okay. There you are.
You get scared?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, so if we can keep using the lightning traps, these rounds won't take as long as they otherwise would.
Yeah.
Let's wait for them to gather up a bit more.
Yeah.
All right, they're starting to gather.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yep.
Run. Run. Yep, I got stuck. I had to use the Winter's Howl.
All right.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
The zombie was moonwalking.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, they're trying to go after me, but we're going after you or something, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Run! I hate that staircase.
Yeah.
I got 10,000 when we start using the electric trap again.
Yep.
It's just a carpenter. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's stand at this end.
Okay.
Oh, well, no, we gotta get going. We gotta get going.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Yeah. Oh no, help. Thank you. Thank you. Good teamwork. I froze them and then you shattered them.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
The hardest thing about the lightning strategy is figuring out the right time to jump out. You
Yeah.
don't want to wait too long.
Yeah.
Because then they start spawning in again.
Taking you all down. Right here with you, Tang.
All right, let's go.
Let me know when to go.
I'll try. Now.
You fucking raw, Stumpy.
Help! Oh, we rolled it down! Oh, it was a nuke! Oh! Man, I'm so sorry. I thought we had that. I was protecting you.
So good.
I killed so many with the ray gun in front of you, but then so many just took their place, you know?
Yeah. We were
Man,
doing
I went
so
down
good,
more than
though.
you did. Wow, you're the MVP for this round, sweetie.
Thanks.
Great job. I'm so proud of you.
Even though you got double the amount of points I did.
Well, maybe I'm the point getter, but you're the survivor. You're the one that knows how to stay up and alive.
Thanks.
You get the joke, right, sweetie?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been fun. We went a little long. Next time, I don't know. Next time we will play the next levels, and before that, I'll probably rant about Mario D&D because our D&D session ended recently, and it was a blast of fun. And thank you everyone for watching. Feel free to like the stream. Check me out. I will be back next Sunday at 11 a.m. I'm not sure how long this streaming is going to go, to be honest. We want to finish out the Black Ops Zombies levels, and then we still had Minecraft on the docket. I'm hoping to get back to that, but I'm going to be honest, I am running out of things to talk about at the beginning, so I'll have to think of some new ideas.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, thank you all. If you have any ideas, let me know. See you later.